Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Recato of Recato Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. You may be wondering, why were you streaming on Twitch? How could you screw that up? And to answer that, I don't know, because the last time I streamed was here on YouTube with Robert Barnes. I did not do a Twitch stream, and I didn't stream anything from this particular computer, yet somehow my Streamlabs got sent back to Twitch settings rather than YouTube settings. I don't know. But so there's like a 5-second clip of me on Twitch right now. So fantastic. But anyway, hey, what's up? How is it going out there in the YouTubery landery? I hope everything is going very, very well for people. I'm just sitting here marveling at the whole we're gonna just censor the entire planet thing based on what Joe Biden wants. Like that's fine. You know, if you say something that goes contrary to the Joe Biden message, not only should you be kicked off of one platform, but you should be kicked off of all of them, you racist bigot. How dare you? And I'm like, and I'm just sitting here like, what, I mean, I thought we were opposed to this stuff. I thought we were opposed to all this stuff. And, but apparently not. Apparently that's okay. That's okay. But I did do a stream today, though. I did a 1-hour live stream. It was on Locals. I was helping test out Locals live streaming. It was really great all around. Their chat, the chat application or whatever it is called, the web chat that they have there is better than I think everybody else's. You can post pictures, you've got replies. It's very cool. I mean, there's a couple weird little things to work out, but yeah, it is still in beta and beta, and it but I was able to be one of the live stream beta testers, in which I did do a hot tub stream. So that is the kind of exclusive Locals content you can expect. Was a hot tub stream. It was good times. It was good times. So yeah, I hope that they keep expanding their platform and building new capabilities. I really like Locals as a platform in general. It's for one thing, they don't have all those pesky little censorship problems that YouTube has. They did not have that. You can say whatever you want. There isn't an agenda on Locals. You can make fun of Muslims. You can make fun of Jews. You can make fun of the Whoites. You can make fun of the Bullacks. You can make fun of Irish people. You can make fun of everybody. There's no joke meter. There's no, oh, you need to stop this. It's not okay speech. You can talk about COVID. You can talk about the election. You can talk about nothing if you want. It doesn't matter. But that is Locals. So I'm looking forward to using it more. As soon as I can. I need to get a little bit better set up for the chat. From the hot tub anyway. From the hot tub. But yeah. So I'm like, I need it on a giant screen somewhere so I can see it. But oh yeah, and there's no 20-second delay. Like YouTube has a 20-second delay on the chat. You can shorten it, but it messes with the preservation of the video. The chat interaction on locals, it's like 1 second. It's faster, I think, even than Twitch. It is really, really a good system that they're building over there. Can I make fun of latent gay lawyer asking for a friend? Yes. Yes. What about the poleaxe? No, actually, locals said you can't make fun of poleaxe. But they said it's because poleaxe are too dumb to find the site. I don't know. No reply on the live chat, though? Well, no, you can't reply to a chat that already happened. Did you try Getter? I was going to save your name for you, but someone already got it. Yeah, it's me. That's me over on Getter. Or Ricada Media, I believe, is my Getter account. So that's there. Tried it, for 10 seconds. More social media accounts to monitor isn't actually beneficial to me. I just heard screaming. That was interesting. The live chat isn't there on rewatch? Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. Has YouTube ever taken any punitive action against me? Oh, yes. I've got a channel strike warning on this channel. I had a warning and a full guideline strike on my archive channel. I posted this on locals, but let's see, 2 days ago. Yeah, 2 days ago, right after the show, here I got a notification that my archive channel had received another community guideline strike over the video of the rapper getting shot. When we watched that, because they said that that was a violation of the policy because the violence's sole purpose was to shock and disgust the viewer. But I successfully appealed that strike, so it is gone. It doesn't exist. They undid it. Thank goodness, because I was like, no, that's a 3-hour show and like a 20-second video clip, and there's a whole section of commentary about the problem with violence and why violence is happening in this country. Clearly, this is not solely to shock and disgust people, but this whole purpose is to engage in a discussion about violence, and in particular gun violence, and in particular gun and gang violence. And so they did reverse it very quickly. So that was good, but it's behind a whole bunch of warnings now too. So I guess one thing we need to talk about, it is censorship day. So we need to talk about MxR. I don't know the story, but I was going to watch, I'm guessing I'm going to watch Ginny cry again, like we did last time, about their channel getting demonetized or something like that. But I don't know the story. Look, I assume what YouTube did to them is completely bogus. I assume that. So I don't know. But both of them cry? Didn't both of them cry last time, though? They seem like a crying pair. But someone just said Ginny crying works. Yeah, it does. It's amazing when you make a cutesy Asian girl cry, like how the internet responds to that. if Ginny were just a man alone crying, I don't think it would work the same. Hopefully it would just be spammed in the comments. Stop fucking crying. Man up. What the hell's wrong with you? But yeah, no. So I make light of the crying, but it's not light, right? They made a ton of money. YouTube was that's their job. That's the platform and business that they've built. They made a lot of money doing it. And to have that snapped away from you is not cool. Not cool at all. It does not, just because I say something about the crying does not mean I support in any way YouTube's demonetization of them. I don't know what got them demonetized, though. But they have 2 channels, and one of them's been demonetized forever because it's their adult content channel with like adult Skyrim mods or whatever. But so my understanding is that this is the new channel, who is, or not the new channel, but the non-adult channel that got demonetized. But I'm still trying to figure out why. I'm still trying to figure out what about what they did got them done. So maybe I should pull that up. Maybe we should check it out and share it around or whatever. I don't know. Is their Patreon still ridiculous? Wait, 376 of their videos got monetized, nuked. Henry got spammed with emails that vid after vid was demonetized. Does he produce? I'm going to stop asking questions. We're going to find this. I'm curious about how the, you know what doesn't happen to me? I don't get an email when a video gets demonetized. Okay, let's go. Today was not a good day for us. Okay. Oh my God. Here we go. So they have lots of butts and crotch shots in their thumbnails. I mean, I guess it works, but I mean, at the same time, like, come on. Let's see what we got here. Why don't they put this stuff on their adult channel? Look at their thumbnails. Wait, here we go. I gotta get this. I'll get this in frame. All of it in frame here. There we go. I mean, they're just putting smiley faces over vaginas. That's a little, I mean, that's brazen. That's bold. Okay, we'll check it in just a minute. We'll check it in just a minute. There's not always a good reason. There's not always a good reason, but sometimes there's an obvious reason. But I don't know. We got to watch the video. But there's a couple super chats I want to get to that have come in. And we'll do their stuff. Here, we'll see what's going on. We are going to talk about showers today because this motherfucker wants to mess with my shower. Again. Mexican Flash says, I did not see last night's show. Excuse me. I ended up falling asleep after I got home from work. So take my pay for grift fee and call it even. Okay. All right. Will do. I recommend last night's show. I thought it was really good. I really do. It was, I brought Barnes on. We were going to talk about, primarily about Kyle Rittenhouse. We got off on some really good tangents on some really interesting subjects. And we got some deep law discussion that I didn't even expect. So I thought that was a great show. I really enjoyed it. I'm glad Barnes is able to hang around. He's a very smart and interesting guy. Very smart, very interesting. And he's got novel approaches, and he's hired by a lot of high-profile people. So The Denialist says, look at all the gay boys who show up early to a show whose host is late and gay all the time. It's a fair point, even though I hate that you made it. Stega says, you've got a crazy in the Discord that's chasing people away with their harassment, and it's not Cass anymore. Awu and others just left the server because of it. The nut is costing you money. Soder won't do anything about it. Who? Who is it? Who's that? I have not been made aware of this, so what's going on? Cameron Straub says, I saw someone say the other night they emailed Indiana Comic Con about inviting Vic. Ask Keck about it. It's Moon Runes. Can I encourage anyone interested in going to do the same? Vic hasn't been to an Indiana Con in over 10 years. I want to see him back in Indy. So I'll check into the Discord issue. Okay, here we go. What the hell? I'll check into the Discord issue. I don't know anything about what's going on with that, so that's always fun. That's always fun. But if Awu left, I'm surprised. Awu's been around through a lot of stuff. So, but yeah, sorry, I got sidetracked. Indiana Comic Con. If people want to email them to encourage them to invite Vic, you know, that is something you can do. You can always respectfully make a request for a guest at a convention through their channels. And Indiana Comic Con, it would be a great place to see Vic go. But you know, I guess you got to do that. Let's see. Voice of a Free America says, hello, Nick. Any thoughts on the lightning hitting the George Floyd mural? We talked about that the other day. Kind of funny. Kind of a lot of funny. I mean, like, what are the odds? What are the chances that lightning is going to strike right in the middle of a George Floyd mural and blow the bricks off the building? That just doesn't really happen in general. So having it happen there is kind of amazing. I live in Ohio and was in Toledo when it happened. The sky was clear. Oh, don't make false idols. How about that one? Do not make false idols. Do not put a false idol before me. I don't know. Maybe it's a God thing. Maybe it's a Zeus thing. Maybe it's a Thor thing. We never know. We never know who sent the lightning. What we do know is that someone wasn't happy about that one. Oh, I also got a new whiskey. You know what would be annoying? I would be really annoyed if I had to put a rule on the Discord. Like, if you're a colossal fig, I'm going to kick you out. But, you know, that might be the way it's going. Be a shame. It'd be a real shame. I don't think I've kicked a single person out of the Discord. So this is Furious American Malt Whiskey from the Surly Brewing Company in Minneapolis. So this is a local-ish whiskey. The Surly Brewing Company makes a bunch of beer. We'll see how they do with the whiskey. Can't see. That's because their label is shit. It's shiny red on black, which just does not come through. So I'm not gonna try. But it's Surly is the beer brewing company in Minneapolis, and they apparently have a whiskey now called Furious. So we'll We'll see how that is. Bad Vibe says, the 14th was my birthday. The 14th, the mural got thunderstruck. Far less bricks in the wall. A little harsh. Thankfully, I'm a professional. It's got some, a very strong flavor on the aftertaste. I'm going to have to think about that. I don't know what that is. It was out of frame. Still can't really see it because this glossy red on black. So. Okay. It's got a little bit of a sour taste to it. Not a bad sour. Not great. Frederick Little says, hey, Nick, hope all is well with you and the family. They are. It is. They're good. I don't know what you mean. Just wanted to ask, is there any update with you being supposedly sued by Ray? No. Ray Gordon ran away. Apparently, well, we know what happened, right? Chess is his wealth. Ray Gordon is bad at chess. Ergo, Ray Gordon has no wealth to pay a lawyer to sue me. This is a simple logic problem. It follows the basic structure. It is internally and externally consistent with everything that we know. So that's what happened. But he's not around. I don't know what to do. So, okay. Let me switch all the audios over so I can use some headphones for this. And let's get into this MxR thing and see what they said. Because now my question meter is going off. My question meter is going off about what exactly happened. So, here we go. Wait, I want to do this. Again, look at that collection of thumbnails. I don't know how they're getting away with those in general. This is just ass cracks everywhere. Just ass there, an ass there, a vagina there. We've got, what do we got down here? We got asses in this frame. We got a tit grab here. We got asses and vagina in that one. Another one. They're trying. This chick is tied up. Yeah, I don't know. Here we go. Let's read the
All right, Ginny. Today we're not reacting to anything.
Ooh, okay.
I mean, you are reacting to something. Let's be real. You're reacting to what happened to you. Now, let me turn that up.
You probably shouldn't be too happy though, because I've had a terrible day.
Oh, same.
That's good to know. Yeah. I actually, wanted to make sure that you were in good mood, like before your stream today.
You weren't?
That you were in a good mood.
Before my stream?
Yeah.
You didn't do anything.
No, I came over and gave you a hug.
Oh, yeah, you did.
But why was your day bad?
You start.
You want me to start?
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, half our channel got demonetized, so.
Half the channel got demonetized. Okay. Half of it. Okay. By the way, these people have 1.7 million subscribers, and this video has 424,000 views. This video is well on the way to making over $1,000. So half the channel's got, or half the channel. What does that even mean? I don't even know. See, this is the shit that happened last time, where I was a little bit suspicious of what's going on, and now my hackles are raised. My hackles are raised on this already. Voice of a Free America says, did you hear about the White House pretty much giving Trump evidence for his lawsuit? He just pulled an Amber Heard. They didn't, though. I don't think so. But we'll talk about that in a minute. Here we go.
And we might have to start a new channel.
Oh, a new channel because half your videos.
How was your day?
Not as bad as yours. Holy shit! I actually don't want to ask. It's gonna be depressing.
I don't really get it either. I feel like Adpocalypse was so long ago. I thought we were on good terms. You know, we've been uploading these same videos for years at this point. And a couple weeks ago, I noticed, actually like around 2 weeks ago, I noticed that our CPM started shooting down. Like our pay kind of just got cut in half or whatever. I didn't think too much of it. I was like, yeah. Ginny, quit playing your stupid game.
Videos. Okay. 340,000 views, 15 minutes. 449,000 views, 15 minutes. 483,000 views, 17 minutes. 19 minutes, 478,000, 485. Okay, so every time they post a video, they make $1,000. I don't know what their CPM is, but they haven't shared it. So they're, unless they're all, I'm trying.
Yeah,
I'm trying.
Sure, maybe it'll come back. But then today, as I was, checking the video list, I guess we're not on good terms anymore. Or YouTube kind of just like changed their mind and was like, oh, actually, never mind. Half of your channel is not suitable for advertisers or being shared.
They just decided as a mass sweep on our channel.
Yeah, I uploaded a video today, and I guess YouTube didn't like the thumbnail. And I can understand why. Like, we have some pretty bad thumbnails, but they've always been okay with it. They monetize their videos. But I guess they really, really didn't like it because then whoever was in charge of that came down to our channel and then just demonetized our entire last 2 weeks of videos within the span of like 20 minutes. So I have no idea how they even had the time to watch all of our videos. But
Okay, again, I'm sympathetic, but so here's what a YouTube analytics curve looks like on views. It's what it looks like. Day 1, day 2, day 3, boom, done. It's done. For the overwhelming majority of content, these guys have very consistent view numbers, right? Very, very consistent, as we can see here. And as we saw before, they're getting those views in 1 to 3 days. It sucks that they're demonetizing them, but these videos aren't going to make any money. Like they're not going to keep growing at a massive rate. Probably. But this does suck. But again, I'm getting this weird vibe on this one. This 18 plus only, this 18 plus only. These things definitely aren't getting monetized. So yeah, let's see what.
he just went down the list and just demonetized everything we uploaded in the last 2 weeks.
You can't.
That's not
do
half your
that.
channel.
All of these were
They were all fine.
No, manually confirmed by another individual.
All of these were manual.
And this is shit right here that is really frustrating. What they're talking about is when you get a video manually confirmed and then they come back and manually review it again and it gets demonetized after. That I agree, that is a problem. That is a bullshit problem.
Manually confirmed by YouTube.
That it was fine,
and then just
this
one
guy
person
had
comes down and just goes on some power trip.
Are
Stop
you
hitting
serious right now?
Stop hitting your table.
Yeah.
Like we can't even argue this?
No, there's no appealability. It's not even an age restriction. Usually if they age restrict, they give you a reason. But these are just, they don't give you any reason. They don't give you a chance to appeal. They just say, that's it.
Argue?
Nope. And then so, I go.
You kind of can argue. It's just not very effective. But there is creator support. They should reach out to them. It's fun to talk to creator support because they don't help you at all, ever. So what they should do, in my opinion, is talk to creator support, keep the chat log, and then post how dumb the answers are. Because that's the best. That's the spice right there. The creator support is so unhelpful that should be the story that they go with.
Go back to all of our other videos too, right?
Uh-huh. Oh, did he just get tired? Like his clicking finger got tired so he couldn't bother to demonetize everything?
And so yeah, I noticed that also half of our backlog also got demonetized at some point. But there's some pages where it's like demonetize, demonetize, fine, demonetize, like half of them. So somebody's, you know, been having a lot of fun going through an entire channel. So if you go to filter and monetization limited, I don't know, Gina, the list says 379 videos demonetized. So, you know, I go through all these videos and like I try and figure out why, but there's too many videos. He did like all of these within,
No,
I
also
assume, the
like
last
because
couple days.
before it was fine, and then did they suddenly say you're fake?
All those 18+ ones, by the way, those of course are demonetized. Everything with an age restriction is going to be demonetized. You can't. They won't let that. That's not ad friendly automatically. So look on this page. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 videos viewable, and 4 of them are 18+. So that's a little bit different too. This is weird.
Face is demonetizable? Like, what is going on? I'm confused. You always watch these videos, like, whenever a video gets demonetized, you say, okay, what was wrong in there? I'll learn my lesson and not do that in the coming future. And then upload videos that are according to your community guidelines. And then suddenly you're just like, everything's wrong.
So I even created a position. We actually have somebody here on our team that watches all of our videos. I watch all of them. Our editors watch all of them. We censor everything that needs to be censored.
Missing the fact that YouTube changed the age restriction on the second review. I'm not missing that fact. But if YouTube determined that it was age restricted, there's no way you're going to have an age restricted video be monetized. That doesn't. I'm not oblivious to the fact that they also reviewed it for age content and changed their minds. Yeah. Age restrictions often, for me, come several days after the fact as well. So that's not, again, this, before anybody jumps down my throat, I'm on their side here. I'm just skeptical of the approach that they take, because the approach that they took last time, something like this happened, was a little bit deceptive.
And we remove anything that can break the rules. But I guess sometimes they change the rules, and then all of a sudden half your videos are not acceptable
What is
anymore.
the rule? What is the one rule that changed that instantly demonetized our entire video base?
So they don't really tell you, right? So it's up to you to go back and watch all 379 videos to find out what happened or what's wrong with them.
That's not entirely true either. Oh God, I'll get off the blurry cam there. Some of these might have feedback on the monetization thing where they do tell you what went wrong. That happens with frequency. I don't know, because they're not going over every single one of them, but they'll tell you what guideline, what advertiser guideline you broke a lot of times. Not 100% of the time. Sometimes it's just a mystery. Maybe on theirs it's all a mystery. Don't know.
But it is exactly within them that's no longer allowed. That was allowed like 2 weeks ago. It feels like more to me less about like strict, clear rules and more so about how pissed off the reviewer is. Like I try my
Yes, YouTube doesn't have strict, clear rules. You're correct.
best to find out clear-cut rules. Like some things I can understand why would get demonetized, right? But then there are others where it's like, if you watch this thumbnail right here,
if you watch this thumbnail right here, tits, like
the chances of catching this on live stream. She's just sitting here and then a wave crashes and she's like, whoa.
Yeah, in her bikini.
Whoa.
So our
And it's a
bikini's
bikini.
demonetized? That's all she said. She didn't even say anything like in a weird voice. I'm confused. No, I am.
It's fine.
It's not, because we're done.
how'd you make a 13-minute video out of a wave crashing over a chick in a bikini, though? You did, though. You did.
I would rather that our channel end because no one likes us anymore versus there's this one ad reviewer who just randomly power trips and just goes like this and ruins our, like, ends our career for us.
Ends your career? Look, again, okay, stop it. Their career isn't ended. Their channel isn't demonetized. Some videos got demonetized after they'd already gotten probably 90% of the views that they'll ever get. And it sucks. It sucks when that happens. 100%. I'm on their side that sucks. But the hyperbole here is a bit ridiculous. They're going to get all of the ad revenue for every 500,000 view video that they've done. All of the ad revenue that's already accrued isn't taken away. They still get it.
If our career is going to end, I'd rather it end by the hands of, like, people who are viewing, not but by, like, some random guy. Maybe it's because you're not freaking out that much about this, but you do realize our channel's over.
Oh,
Fuck off. Their channel's over. 1.7 million subscribers, 500,000 views on literally every single video that they post, and they're monetized for all of that, for all of it. It's just these videos days later got demonetized. Again, this is such absurd bullshit. Stop it. It's fine. You can get on here and bitch about what happened. Does he not tell her how this works? I know she was supposed to be the smart one in med school, but has he not explained how the business end of YouTube works to her? Like, does she need a trike to go through it? I'm sorry. You realize her channel is over. It literally isn't. It literally is nowhere near over. And by the way, those are all limited ads. They'll actually still make money and get paid on all of those videos for future views. They just get a lower tier of ad revenue. And it's a lot lower tier. Don't get me wrong. It is much, much lower than what they were getting. But again, they've already gotten 90+% of the views on every single one of the videos that got demonetized. Those are not going to keep, like, all those videos that are at like 500,000 views, when all of them get to 500,000 views, are not going to suddenly be 10 million view videos, that's just how it works. Not everything you make's a banger. But my God, our careers are over. Your channel monetization is still intact. They didn't nuke your channel. I mean, come on. Joseph DX says, ever wonder if most of the illogical manual demonetization is just a wage cuck trying to make his moderation quota for Daddy Google? I don't know. I don't know if it's that or if they do something algorithmically, because this stuff happens really, really fast. Like they were saying, all of this happened at once. It's very, very possible that the YouTube algorithm decided that tits in a thumbnail are controversial and decided to demonetize a bunch of that content. But here, let's keep going.
I already died a couple hours ago. My soul's already long gone.
His soul is dead.
This is kind of like a stupid little stunt. It just looks wrong, but they're just making like a dumb TikTok video. I guess that's not allowed. So I'm okay with clear-cut rules, but some of these, and again, they don't tell you the reason why. And then this one, it's like, yeah, I get it. She's not wearing a bra, but neither does Rachel through the entire series of Friends. You know.
Yeah, so does that mean Friends is demonetized? Because technically...
No, Friends is a syndicated show. But I mean...
Well, they're not on YouTube, so...
And that... She ate a Cheeto.
Okay, but she probably shouldn't have made that stupid ass face.
But she ate a Cheeto, so you're not allowed to eat a Cheeto. And you're not allowed to be, like, hot and stick out your tongue.
That video, by the way, was age restricted, probably because it had a focus explicitly on the sex, on the sexual nature of the fact that this chick was nipping out through her t-shirt. We're almost done here.
That it's hot.
They're so hot.
Yeah, I mean, this one's also really stupid. Yeah, I mean, this one looks wrong, but she's making a clay sculpture. She's at a clay class, and everyone's cheering her on. I don't even know if we can show this. But it just feels like, you know, if they don't like a certain
Notice so I'm calling bullshit on all this. They know exactly what to censor and what not to show in their video today. That's definitely monetized. Notice that they know exactly what they're doing here.
video, they go on like rapid fire, just throughout the entire channel, just start demonetizing absolutely everything.
I think
You
they're
know,
demonetizing based off thumbnails. They're not watching the video at all.
this one also got demonetized, you know, because this girl was sitting on a Rolls Royce, and then he puts the spirit of ecstasy up, and I guess it pokes her butt, and she
Let's see. $500,000 Rolls Royce unless you're ready for penetration.
gets off. The thing that sucks is, like, why doesn't YouTube just tell us in the first place if this is not allowed, instead of say, yes, it is allowed?
You know this isn't allowed. You know, okay, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. You know this thing isn't allowed. Well, look at what your videos you're putting out. Come on, guys, stop it. Just stop fucking lying. Not like any of this is against TOS. No, that's why their channel still exists. It's just against the ad-friendly guidelines. Don't stop the video until she cries. Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna fast forward. I'll spare you guys. I'm gonna fast forward until the crying starts. Here we go. Oh, they're pumping their Patreon now. Oh, here it is. Here we go. Here's the crying. This time you disagree with me? About what? Like, look. Again, it's shit that their videos are getting demonetized. It is. And it's really shit that they're getting demonetized after manual review. That's something that YouTube does. I hate it. I hate that they do it. They shouldn't do it. Right? It should not happen to them. It should not happen to anybody. But their videos are still like this video that they made right now is monetized. The video that they make tomorrow, it'll be monetized. The video that they make the next day will be monetized. They will get all of their income. Their careers are not over. Their channel's not over. Their income's not gone. None of this shit is... They're misrepresenting how YouTube does business.
We answer all your comments. You know, it's just a way to like support us and give us something consistent that isn't as dangerous as YouTube. Of course, it's not necessary. And you just by being here is really, you know, more than enough. We're just happy that you actually come back every day to watch our videos.
Oh yeah, especially like when YouTube's trying to crush them and make sure they're not seen by you. A lot of you guys are like making the effort.
And that's also why, you know, I don't let these things bother me too much, because the real value of our channel is you guys, the viewer, and who we have behind us. Like, they can demonetize our entire channel, and I think I would still be fine, because I know that there's still people out there that care about us, that want to watch us, that want to...
Let's see. What is, what was their Patreon? All right, we're at 1028. Hold on, there we go. So patreon.com/MMOX review. Are they going to be okay? I don't know. I don't know if they'll be okay. Look, I don't know how much they're making on Patreon. They have between $1 and $10 a month. Actually, nope. They have between $1 and $50 a month, and they have 16,392 patrons. So I don't know if they're gonna make it. I'm not sure. I think their channel and career's over. I'm just okay. Whew. I don't know. I don't know if they can make it. at an absolute minimum, they're making $16,392 a month. Much more likely that they're making around $30,000 a month on. No, I'm guessing their average patron is paying $8. I bet that's their channel average. So let's see. 16,392 times 8. I'm going to go based off of market research that these people are making over $100,000 a month. I'm just going to guess. And the market research is based off of my average patron, which was, I think the average on my channel was like $7. So, fucking kidding me. Let's go back to, I gotta get back to the crying. We'll let it play out here.
Watch us, that want to interact with us. Like these are just videos, these are just numbers. It's fine. As long as you guys are still here supporting us in anything we do, like everything will be fine. And of course we have a backup channel in case, you know, like
everything's gonna be fine because you're not actually demonetized. You're not actually demonetized at all.
YouTube makes these moves within the span of days, right? Your entire catalog could be demonetized tomorrow. So
but yours
it's
wasn't.
always good to have a secondary channel for you guys to subscribe to, and you should definitely do it in case this channel goes out of commission for whatever reason tomorrow. And also, a lot of people have been
Flashcan, 30K a month. Dude, it's much more likely 100K a month or more. It's and props to them. What I am not hating on that. I would love to make $100,000 a month. 100% support them making all of the money on earth. But I mean, Jesus Christ.
starting shorts channels, so I thought we would give that a shot as well. So I created MxR Shorts. When this video goes out, I think that'll be when we do our first upload there. It's just gonna be like highlights from things that we've made. Trust me, we can get out of this. Like, I've done it before.
We'll make it. We'll make it. We'll make it. Earning a house a month. We'll find a way. Where's Jeff Goldblum? Life finds a way. For fuck's sake. They're gonna make it. Oh my God. Oh yeah, they're both on Twitch. I know. Yeah. They're not in trouble. Come on. Yellow Flash 2 says, "Did you hit up the anime Matsuri orgy Saturday night? I fell asleep." No. That's because it was Tuesday, you bigot, and I did hit that one up and it was great. In fact, there was all kinds of prostitution and drugs. That's what was there. That's the true reality thing. So, okay, we're done. I'm done talking about these people. They did the same thing last time. You know what? That's the business of YouTube. We all do it in our own way, I guess. But it's a little bit much. By the way, I have to show you guys what happened. I'm going to show you. I don't know how to deal with this. I don't know what else to do. Guys. I don't know how to deal with it. I don't understand the YouTube advertiser-friendly guidelines. What did they do to my channel? Please subscribe to my locals and my Patreon and my OnlyFans. I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna do it. My career's over. It's over. Oh my gosh. It's you know, whatever. Jesus, it is so hot in this. I'm melting. It's so hot in my office today. Yeah, if I made $131,000 a month, that'd be great. Cause see, what you do is when you do that, you make you buy a house and then you use it until it gets messy and then you just buy a new house. It's perfect. It's perfect. It's a great grift. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's not the booze. It's the lack of ventilation, the lack of air conditioning, and the fact that I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different heat and light sources blasting at me right now, plus the computer putting out a ton of heat too. Wow. Now, okay, so I saw the thing. I heard their channel was demonetized. I was like, oh my God, that's terrible. That's terrible. What like that sucks. I thought, that they're going to have to start over. I thought they'd do okay starting over. I mean, they have very active fan base. They should be able to transition to a new channel, but they shouldn't have to, right? And then I start watching it, and I have not pre-screened this at all. I start watching it with you guys, and I'm like, wait a minute. So some of their old videos got demonetized, but they're not demonetized. They're going to just keep going. Okay. So it's the same shit as last time. Got it. She was crying. Have you considered installing AC? I have very much considered it. I have to get some specialized help for that because I have to get an air conditioner into a vault. Whew. And much respect, like legitimately much respect for the channel and the community that they've built. I wish them nothing but success. I think they're overblowing their plight. But that's part of why they're successful. I would love to figure out how to get every video that I put out just to get notified to my subscribers with notifications. That's what I would love to figure out. Cause just if I do that, it'll be great. Like that's what I'm battling is like, can I just get the people who want to see my videos to be able to get the notification when they come out? If I could tackle that problem, that'd be wonderful. But I mean, they're dealing with it. They're dealing with it in their own way. And I honestly, like, I keep making jokes because I can't help how they're overblowing it. I don't think she's faking crying either. She's not faking crying. Not at all. I 100% believe it. I just think it's an irrational cry. But lots of people cry irrationally. That's why I say stop crying. Stop fucking crying. But yeah, we'll see. They'll see too. I'm sure they'll see plenty of green dollar signs followed by yellow dollar signs in the near future. But they just very creatively promoted 3 different things. I don't know if you caught that. They promoted their Patreon, their alternative channel, and their new shorts channel. All 3 in one sweet sweeping video with a bunch of crying. They nailed it. They got it. They did that very, very adeptly. They're very smart people. Very smart. So anyway. Okay. Let's move on. So we're talking about government censorship stuff. So that started because people had asked me about it. So I talked about it, but that's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about today is this. This is some video clips and some Twitter commentary starring America's 4 out of 10 Jen Psaki. So this is from Glenn Greenwald. Glenn is the journalist who was able to break the Snowden story because Snowden gave him the info. Here we go. Glenn says, seriously, who the fuck is the White House to be dictating who should and should not be banned from social media platforms, to keep lists of who they think are the spreaders of misinformation and then pressure companies they regulate to obey? This is pernicious shit. Jen Pisacki just suggested people spreading misinformation be banned from other/all platforms if they're banned from one. You guys can be the judge of that. Let's see what they say.
So a couple of the
4 is generous, but she's a redhead, so she gets plus 2 points automatically. Not a fair system, I know.
So a couple of the steps that we have, that could be constructive for the public health of the country are providing for Facebook or other platforms to measure and publicly share the impact of misinformation on their platform and the audience it's reaching. Also with the public, with all of you, to create robust enforcement strategies that bridge their properties and provide transparency about rules. You shouldn't be banned from one platform and not others if you...
Talking about creating an internet standard of banning people for misinformation across all platforms. That's what it was. We'll go back and
bridge their properties and
provide
transparency about rules. You shouldn't be banned from one platform and not others for providing misinformation out there. Taking faster action against harmful posts.
Taking faster action against harmful posts. Their action's not fast enough. Not fast enough. Here we go. Here's more of Jen Pisacki issuing decrees on who should and shouldn't be allowed to use social media, then smugly scoffing at the notion that this should concern anyone on the ground that we're going to die if we don't submit to the White House's orders. This clip is fucking amazing, by the way. This clip is... I watched this earlier. This is her taking questions. Listen to how she treats this.
A participant in the process would aid the effort.
And then speaking of misinformation and the announcement from yesterday, for how long has the administration been spying on people's Facebook profiles looking for vaccine misinformation?
Caught in 4K. Look at that face. Look at that face. Holy shit. Look at it. She just pulled down his pants and found a vagina. Now she doesn't know what to do. Now she's lost. She has no idea why he would dare ask that question. Here we go.
That was quite a loaded and inaccurate question, which I would refute.
How?
Well, Peter.
He said, inaccurate how?
First of all, as you know, we're in a regular touch with a range of media outlets. Let me finish.
Let me finish, peasant. Let me finish. I'm not done. I'm working through this. As you know, we have been censoring. We have
as we are in regular touch with social media platforms. This is publicly open information, people sharing information.
Yeah, it's publicly open. It's just open information. It's just InfoSec that's open. That's why everybody's so alarmed about it, because everybody already realized how much we were stealing of their information and how much we were monitoring social media. That's why you would ask. That's why it's ridiculous that you're asking the question, because everybody knew, right? Everybody. How did you not know?
Online, just as you are all reporting information on your news stations.
But, okay, so these 12 people who you have on a list, 12 individuals, do they know that somebody at the Surgeon General's office is going through their profile?
I'm happy to get you the citation of where that comes from. There's no secret list. I will tell you that these are people who are sharing information on public platforms on Facebook, information that is...
Dodges that question expertly. Expertly dodges the question. You have a list, because she mentioned this list, by the way. She said it's about 12 people. She said that earlier in the press conference. And so he's like, okay. So he takes her number, these 12 people. Do they know that someone at the Surgeon General's office is monitoring their posts? It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. This isn't some secret list. They're posting this publicly. And this is a doctrine coming out of the Supreme Court that I have a big problem with. And this doctrine was actually upheld by Antonin Scalia in a case called US v. Jones in 2012, which was based on a 2006 interaction. But it basically says, if you do something in public, the government has a right to know that you did something in public. It doesn't matter if someone else were to follow you through the public in the same way that the government is doing digitally, that would be highly illegal for the person to do. You're not allowed to know it. You're not allowed to discover it, but the government is allowed to monitor you as long as you're in public. And they use this on GPS tracker on a car. And they said, well, because the car was on public roads, the GPS tracker is fine, that they can use a GPS tracker to track every single movement that you make on a public road, because you might encounter your neighbor at a stop sign or something. But that's ridiculous, because if a car got behind you and followed every move you made on a public road, that would probably get you to call the police. And you'd say, someone is stalking me, someone is following me, intimidating me. They shouldn't be able to do this. The government is doing that. And now they're saying that they're doing that on Facebook and Twitter. Look, you posted this stuff publicly. It's like, yeah, but most people don't have the wherewithal to keep up with every single thing any one person posts. They just can't do it. They don't have the time. They're not constantly doing it. Government is employing government agents to actually do this with a list of people. And that should not be allowed. That should not be allowed. Why are you doubting it's only 12 people? Because it's way more than 12.
Traveling is inaccurate. Our biggest concern here, and I frankly think it should be your biggest concern, is the number of people who are dying around the country.
Bigot. There are people dying, bigot. How dare you? We're trying to provide security. Who cares about your liberty, bigot? Trainer Red says, wow, the second you showed that lich in her voice on screen, my bird started screaming in terror and flying around the room in fright. Nothing else was out of the ordinary in my house. Even Burb knows she's an evil POS. Listen to this. It goes straight to the death. Here we go.
Because they're getting misinformation that is leading them to not take a vaccine. But young people.
So they're dead. They're dead. Notice, by the way, that the number of deaths has gone so far down over the past, 6 months that they're not even reporting on them anymore, because it'd be kind of embarrassing. It doesn't serve the same purpose. Right now, if they started reporting the death totals on COVID daily like they were, it would serve the opposite purpose. People would be emboldened. People would go, oh, this isn't a problem anymore. We've reached herd immunity or whatever. I'm not saying that. That's what people would think. And so if they were doing the same reporting, we would find out that there's really not anybody dying anymore because, well, lots of people are vaccinated. And those vaccinations actually do handle. That's the whole point of herd immunity, is that the vaccinated people basically insulate the unvaccinated people. It's this nice little symbiosis that occurs. That's the idea. That's what they actually want to achieve. But they want that vaccine in more arms as much as they possibly can get for any number of reasons. Don't know. You can come up with whatever theory you want about that. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day why they want it. You just have to know that they do. So what she's mad about is people aren't getting vaccines. Now she's saying they're dying from not getting the vaccines. But that's not real. That's pretend. They're going based off of the old death numbers that were happening back when all of the elderly, fat, sick people were dying from this in droves. But the elderly, fat, sick people have largely died off who are going to die from COVID. We've pretty much summited that mountain, and now we're going down it. That's a good thing, by the way, that we're going down. They should be celebrating the lack of death that's going on and not trying to scare more people into a vaccine that they may have made decisions about with their personal healthcare provider. Blackwing02 says people die every day in higher numbers due to other causes, many of those preventable. Yeah, heart disease, diabetes. These are massive killers, and they have no interest in dealing with these actual massive killers. But you know, a bunch of those death numbers are also down because, unfortunately, COVID was a high comorbidity killer. So a lot of the comorbidities, how do you say it, would have otherwise ended people. This disease is definitely real. It's definitely dangerous. It definitely kills people. I'm not denying any of that stuff. But we know that there's a specific subset of people that are more vulnerable to this. It involves having 2 or more comorbidities. We got all of the data on that. It's from a publicly available study. And that people without those comorbidities make up something like 6% of the overall death toll. Maybe it was 9. I don't remember exactly. It doesn't really matter. But if you've got heart disease as a comorbidity, there was a high likelihood that heart disease would have killed you at some point anyway. So having that process short-circuited by a little bit is tragic and should be avoided if possible, because maybe the heart disease can be fixed. I don't know. Who knows? But at the same time, that's taking from one pot and putting it into another. But here we go. Let's finish this up.
Old people, kids, children.
Not kids and children. By the way, you don't even have a vaccine out for kids under 12. Stop. The children. First of all, we've known basically forever that children are not particularly susceptible to COVID. That has been in the main, that's consistent with the CDC. It's consistent with everybody. That's why kids are back in school once the teachers got vaccinated and before the children got vaccinated. Look, I'm not telling anybody what to do with the vaccine. That is not what I'm doing here. I'm just talking about the numbers. She's appealing to the children, and that is a complete false thing because the kids don't even have the vaccine widely available to them yet. So it's not like parents are choosing to not give their children vaccines. The under 12 vaccine is coming. It's not even out.
This is all a lot of them are being impacted by misinformation.
The big concern, though, I think, for a lot of people on Facebook is that now this is Big Brother watching you.
They're more concerned about that than people dying.
Yes. Over and over. Yes. 1,000 times. Yes. Big Brother watching everything that we do. Tyranny and oppression from the government is more concerning than people dying. Yes. Always has been, right? You need Jen Psaki up in space with the air bubble. You mean they're more concerned about Big Brother than people dying? And then you need the astronaut behind her with the gun to the back of her head. Always have been. Because always have been. That's the foundation of this country. We sacrifice security for the principles of essential liberty. And that is good. That is what we want. If you don't want that, move to China. It did really well having that tyranny system there. Move to North Korea. I'm sure they're very welcoming of American expats. And if you have COVID, they'll just fucking shoot you. Because that saves everybody else from dying. It's a great system. Very efficient. My Fourth Amendment professor in law school he always talked about this. He says tyranny is extremely efficient. That's the one good thing about it. It gets the job done really quickly. And it does. Oh, you're sitting around the table. Bam, dead. Can't spread that shit if you can't breathe, motherfucker. That is how it goes. There's the fact that she's even asking this question is offensive. It's offensive to the basic notions of liberty that built this country.
Across the country because of a pandemic where misinformation is traveling on social media platforms. That feels unlikely to me. If you have the data to back that up, I'm happy to discuss it.
The data is fuck you. That's the data. You totalitarian bitch. Fuck you. Get fired. Go live in the mountains. Go do anything else than what you're doing. You're awful. You're awful. So then, Get worked up, why don't you? Look, I care about some things. I care about some things. And one of the things that I really do care about is essential liberty. I do. I don't know why I do. It's stupid to care about essential liberty in any real capacity because there's not a ton you can do to really impact it, right? Like, I can't go to the White House and fix this problem, not without a killdozer. It's not something that can be done by the average person, but I care about it. I wonder about it. I'm worried about it. I wonder what my children will be faced with. You want to talk about the plight of the kids? I actually have some. Jen Psaki is I think an eggless empty womber. I don't know. I have no idea what she is, but I know that if she has children, I pity them. I wonder what's going to happen to my children from their government because of what they say. Because I raise my kids to be free thinkers. I don't raise them to think like me. No, I encourage them to think outside. Just the other day, I was having a discussion with my son, and he was telling me about something. I said, I don't know about that. Based on what I know, I'm not so sure. And he's like, oh. And I'm like, but that doesn't matter because I haven't looked into the issue as much as this other person. My just gut reaction says, I'm not sure about that. They could be right. I could be wrong. That's fine. Mom and dad get things wrong. You might be right on something that we're wrong on. You need to explore and find answers to these questions yourselves. You have to do that, and you have to make judgments about what the right thing is. That's my belief on raising children. I do not want to have indoctrinated children. I do not want children to accept everything I say as gospel unless it's in regards to their immediate personal safety. Like, don't go in the street. Well, Dad, let me get to the existential reasons behind you not having me go into the... No, thank you. Not what I want. Get out of the fucking street. A car's coming. That's important. Everything else is up for exploration. It's open for discussion. I don't know everything. I found out a long time ago that my parents didn't know everything and their parents didn't know everything and so on and so forth. That's a good thing. My parents raised me to learn and explore. I didn't even know what the political status of my parents was until I was in college. And I still don't fully understand it because that's not their job. Their job is not to make me into a political clone of them. Their job is to make me search for answers myself as I grew older. And that's what I did. That's what I'm going to do to my kids because I think that's the right way to do it. Jen Psaki doesn't want that. Jen Psaki wants compliance with government diktat, and that will never be palatable to me. Bad Vibe says, look up democide. If climate change equals man-made, whites equals racist, cis equals bad, and government controls healthcare, ultimate cancel culture. Oh, yeah. It's horrifying. And Jason McConnell with a huge donation. Oh, my goodness. It says donation for the Killdozer stream. Wow, thank you. Thank you. That was a little while back. I'm glad you enjoyed it, though. Much appreciated. All right. Goodness. Are you suggesting for a future Killdozer stream? I'll get welding. Wizard's first rule of 57 says, Nick, great speech. Also, kaboom ×5. Whoa, damn. Damn, you're on a 5-day streak there, brother. Icon of Sin, I did not do Twitch yesterday night. I was really tired. We went long. We're doing game night tonight instead. Matthew Lemons, that's disgusting and arousing at the same time. All right, here we go. Glenn Greenwald. Now he's pointing out some inconsistency here. Day 2 of the ACLU silence as the White House expands its boasting of the pressure it's placing on the tech companies it regulates to censor content it designates as misleading and to ban the people on its lists. Now insisting they be banned on all platforms. I'm going to do something I don't normally do here. I'm going to do a public call out, but it's not like that kind of call out. I did a short video earlier today Some people don't like it that much because I address the question of, is Facebook a state actor for the purposes of the state actor doctrine? My conclusion on that is no, probably not. Not with what we know right now. But that's not because what Facebook is doing at the behest of the government is good. That's not at all it. It's because the state actor doctrine is unreasonably narrowly applied by the courts. So while I agree that Facebook is, in effect, being a state actor, as far as the legal position you have to take, them being a state actor is not actually a palatable legal position at this point in time, and will probably not succeed in Trump's lawsuit as well, because attacking on the state actor doctrine is not the best way to do it. Again, the doctrine is the problem. It's not that the actions are justified. It's not that the reasoning behind the actions is good. All of those things are bad. They're all against the First Amendment. They all point to tyranny, and they all point to government-private collusion. Yes, 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 yes. It's the state actor doctrine that is the problem, and we're probably not going to get the courts to revisit that doctrine at this point. That being said, here's my public call out with all of that preamble. I have sent a message to Ron Coleman. He works with Harmeet Dillon. Harmeet Dillon is the lawyer who is representing James Damore in the Google case. If you remember that case from way back in the channel's infancy, we were covering that case. And Harmeet's office has filed a new lawsuit going after this issue on different grounds than the state actor doctrine. And I have invited him on for a stream to talk about it. So hopefully, and he and I have talked in the past about doing a stream together. So I'm hoping that he will be amenable to it. But I sent it after 5 p.m. And like Joe Neerman, I believe Ron is also Orthodox. And so I will probably not get a response until sometime tomorrow. But Ron Coleman is the lawyer, high-profile lawyer, working for a law firm, taking on very high-profile cases on these particular issues: freedom of speech, equal treatment, going against companies that are monolithic and giant, going against governments. And so I want to get one of the people directly involved with that litigation on to talk about that stuff. And I hopefully he will agree to it. But I will keep you posted on that. But I wanted to let you know I am watching this issue. I just want to bring on some of the best learned lawyers working in this field onto the show to discuss it, because I think that's the best way we can have these talks. I don't know. Maybe you disagree, but I hope not. Also, I hope you, I've been testing out the YouTube Shorts videos. These are like under 1 minute. They're not monetized at all. They don't bring in any revenue or anything like that, but I'm putting them up because I'm hoping that they'll be just a quick hit resource that people can either share on some of these subjects, or that will reach outside of the channel's regular audience through the Shorts platform that YouTube has developed. But yeah, if you guys like those videos or hate them or whatever, leave the feedback in the comments on the videos. I do try and read through comments for a little bit, but keep an eye out for them. I hope you enjoy them. They're completely different than my other videos because I'm talking really fast about an issue. I have to record them about 15 times because I always run over the 1 minute mark, and I'm working on putting them together. So might as well expand the grift to TikTok. I've heard some questionable things about actually trying to get started on TikTok now. TikTok is weird in how it does things, but I might start just uploading them to TikTok because they're already made and see if they hit over there. I don't know. Daniel Hale, join your Patreon to piss off the tyrant scum. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Infinity223 says, I one time stared into the abyss, and it stared back and showed me that Jen looks like the female version of Mark Zuckerberg. You're welcome for that image. Oh my gosh. Yes, I think I showed that on stream once. It is amazing. It is amazing how much she looks like him. Okay, so here's the ACLU. Trans women are women, trans men are men. We will keep fighting with the ACLUMT until all of us have IDs that reflect who we are. The ACLU, they're really pushing the real issues right now. The government dictating speech online and dictating to private corporations how to appropriately ban and censor their detractors. Why would the ACLU why would they care about that? What we really need is that M or the F on the driver's license. That thing needs to be nailed down, not to our biology, but to our expressed identity. I mean, okay, I guess. I personally have no problem with people picking the M or the F on their driver's license. That letter doesn't matter in any way to me, like that the government has a list that has an M or an F next to it. Actually, I wish mine said MF for motherfucker. Like that's what I want on my license for every government cuck looking at that list who goes, okay, what does Nick Rekieta identify as? Oh, he identifies as a motherfucker. This guy must be cool. That's what I want. So I'm with the ACLU, but I'm sorry. That issue is way down the flagpole for me. I don't give a shit about that issue. What letter is on my ID? Fuck off. And if you want to call that cis heteronormative pride or privilege, good. Fuck you. I'm less concerned about the 1% getting a letter on their driver's license than I am about essential liberty being curbed by government tyranny. I don't know. Call me old-fashioned that way, but I care a lot more that the government is telling us what we can and can't say. And depersoning people from online communication. I care about that more than a letter on a driver's license. Especially because the ACLU and the government has to know that black people can't get those driver's licenses, because the ACLU and the government have both told us that black people are incapable of getting driver's licenses because the ACLU and the government are both racist. With the U.S. government and Silicon Valley monopolies merging their power to control political speech, platforms devoted to resisting this authoritarianism and protecting free discourse become increasingly important. Substack is one, so is Rumble Video. God, I don't know. People were asking me if I was going to start a Rumble. I will only do a Rumble if it's automatically done like Odyssey. That's the reality. I don't know if Rumble syncs up with the YouTube channel. I do not have time to get Rumble up. That's the thing. I push towards the maximum exposure that I can get, and unfortunately, YouTube is the maximum exposure that I can get at the moment. I like Odyssey because it is automatically done, and I hope people. I would love for people to watch my content over on Odyssey if they want to protest big tech. I would love it if Odyssey would sync up the live streams, but they don't do that yet because they're too large. Gonna make a dick joke, but I won't. Rumble doesn't sync up like YouTube, but it's basically the same process for uploading as on YouTube. Yeah, it's amazing how much extra time that one extra upload step is, though. It's amazing. And like, I don't mean to sound this way. My time is at an absolute premium. I try to make a ton of content for you guys because I like to. But at the same time, every minute that I'm doing content, I'm not hanging out with my family, which is why I tend to wait until they're asleep to do this. That is why my workday for the main show starts at 11 p.m. because they're in bed. I can't really hang out with them or anything like that. But all of the daytime stuff and every little step of uploading, all of that takes away from time that I get with them. And that time is really, really in short supply these days. So I'll look into it. Literally nothing about Odyssey is better than Rumble. Well, except that Odyssey grabs my videos automatically. That 100% from a creator standpoint makes it a shitload better. Oh, by the way, this is my 1,000 like string. Thank you for getting me over 1,000 likes. Glenn Greenwald says another crucial point. You don't have to imagine or speculate that maybe the White House will start abusing this misinformation claim to censor content politically damaging to them. They already did it when Dems, media, and tech monopolies censored the Biden archive based on this CIA lie. Hunter Biden's story is Russian disinfo, dozens of former intel officials say. And I did do a Hunter Biden video today talking not about this, because this is an old story, but talking about the fact that, by the way, this Russian disinformation about Hunter Biden has been being investigated by a federal prosecutor since 2018. And in 2020, it was time for him to go for subpoenas and to pull warrants, search warrants, and he held off specifically because it might impact the election. It's amazing. It's amazing what they're doing here. The establishment suppressed the Hunter Biden story. The establishment suppressed the ongoing investigation and prosecution of Hunter Biden. They would never have done the same for Trump, and we know that because they literally did not. Say what? Mount Failmore, you must not have seen my video. Go watch it later. Go watch it. It's amazing. They're just saying it in public now, what they did. In public now, they're saying, yep, we suppressed this to specifically not have it be an election talking point. That was the reason that they suppressed it, that they suppressed pursuing a potential criminal act involving a politician's child and possibly the politician himself who happened to be running for president. We knew they've been investigating Trump since 2015. The entire time Donald Trump was running, from 2016 through 2020, we knew every step of the way that there were investigations into Donald Trump's activity. They couldn't wait to talk about those stories. They wanted them politically tainted. They wanted to taint the election, both in 2016 and 2020, with the stories of Trump's investigation. But not Hunter Biden. When right before the 2020 election, Twitter banned all links to the New York Post reporting the Biden archive, and Facebook announced to its lifelong Democratic operative that it would block the reporting, all based on a CIA lie, and journalists cheered. The dangers were obvious. That so many liberals are content with the state/corporate censorship is why I have to laugh when I get the "what happened to you" question. Nothing happened to me. You became complete authoritarians and allies of the security state and neocons in the name of stopping Trump. This is the amazing thing about this is I don't know if Glenn realizes. Glenn Greenwald is not a liberal in the sense of liberal versus conservative. He's certainly not a conservative either. And I was talking with Barnes about this. Barnes is a populist, but populism is hanging out on the top of the pendulum. Maybe even populism is probably on the bottom of the pendulum. So populism is going to go back and forth as the parties themselves or as these mainstream political ideologies change positions. Populism is going to say, I'm focused in a different direction. I'm not left. I'm not right. I'm for the people of this country. And when the people of the country are being oppressed by the left, because of this totalitarian control and the sadism, or when the people of the country were being oppressed by the right, when we saw sort of the theocratic overtones of the 50s, we saw populists going back and forth between those positions as times changed. Glenn Greenwald is definitely left. Yes. Yeah. But he's not a liberal versus conservative liberal today because the liberals have gone crazy. And some people would say conservatives have gone soft, right? Like, a lot of people wouldn't identify as conservative because they're like, no, 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 no. Conservatives are in bed with corporations. They're okay with this government corporate hybridism. They have been for a long time. So are they conservatives at that point? If conservatism holds these positions, I don't know. As always, it's more complicated than the binary. The only thing that's not more complicated than binary is that there are only two genders. Glenn Greenwald says, I'll be on Fox in a bit, 8 p.m. Eastern, top of the show, to discuss the two-day boasting of the Biden White House and Jen Psaki of their instructions to Facebook and other tech monopolies to remove content which the White House deems to be misinformation. Oh, and I have to point out, the dumbest motherfucker in any chat that he's in is this guy, Dark Cover. You can sometimes find him in the chat here, actually. But he says, actually, she said that statements should not be banned on one, if not banned on them all. Slightly different. You need to pay more attention. This dumbass is trying to tell Glenn Greenwald to pay more attention. Glenn Greenwald, again, whatever you think of this man, whatever you think about his politics, whatever you think about his principles, he at least has principles, and those principles are simple. Anti-tyranny, anti-government interference, and pro-privacy for the individual. That's why Snowden chose him, and he has been on that track since before Snowden did it. Glenn Greenwald is 100% against government intrusion into personal liberty. That's his thing. That's what he does. Look at this fucking sim. It's always, look at him. Left the Republican Party because of the BS. Lying about a disease and vaccine causing people to die is not covered under free speech. It literally is. It literally is, you beta male. What is wrong with you? The COVID pandemic should be over, but is coming back strong because of misinformation. Nope, that's not why. That's priority right now, as it should be. We just need to give all our power to the government. That's what we need to do. Thomas Gabriel White says, I was about to send a message in the chat and a notice popped up saying, when you send a message, people will be able to see that you subscribe to this channel. I don't care, but it feels like they're threatening to expose me. No, that's actually a setting I put on. First of all, you got grifted. Perfect. That is a setting that I put on to do two things. It cuts down on the bot spamming that comes into the channel. It's not a perfect system, but it's better. Because it makes it more inconvenient to bot spam. And you just have to find the level of inconvenience that is appropriate to get rid of a spammer. So it cuts down on the bot spam. And the other thing is, it reminds people who have been accidentally unsubscribed from the channel, because YouTube does that from time to time, that they're not subscribed, and lets them go ahead and subscribe. So it's just that anyone can subscribe. It is not a problem. They subscribe. And after 5 minutes, they can chat. So there's and then if they really want to, they can unsubscribe as well. That is perfectly fine. We don't censor people's comments here, but it does cut down on the ridiculous chain spammers that come in, and the Chinese porn spammers and all of that stuff. They don't do as well with the subscription thing. Sonic Boom says, didn't Glenn Greenwald get caught watching tentacle porn? No, that was Kurt Eichenwald. That was Kurt Eichenwald. Diamond Duck 98. 5. I thought it was 1 minute. I think it's 5 today. I click one of the radial buttons. You missed the Chinese porn spammers? Were they helping your recommendations? Jen Psaki seems to be involved in a conspiracy to commit a serious federal crime called deprivation of rights under color of law. Not really. It's that's not how that works, but that's fine. Who's this guy? Jeffrey Miller? Psychology professor wrote The Mating Mind. Okay. No, that's not what that section is. I get the point, but that's not a good legal take. Mr. Zip says, I do think there should be consequences for those that intentionally spread lies. Get out. Get out. Get out of America. Get in the fucking sea, for all I care. No country should want you. Get out. Get out. Should be consequences for those that intentionally spread lies. Get out. The government outsourcing free speech control to private firms is a loophole around the First Amendment. Yes, that's correct. Let's see. We won't read that one's not super interesting. So any information is okay, even if they are known lies? Yes. Yes. By the way, the government lies to you. Cops lie to you. Judges lie to you. Prosecutors lie to you. The government lies to you. The IRS lies to you. Your soil and water conservation district lies to you. Your representative lies to you. Your senator lies to you. Yes, lies are okay, even if they're known lies. Yes, the government lies. How can the government hold itself to a different standard than you? All of these people lie constantly. We know this. We know politicians lie literally constantly. And these people are like, so lying is okay now? Wait, so you want the government to prosecute you or punish you for a lie when they lie constantly? That's what you want? That's the hill you're going for here? Here we go. Yes. Good quote. As Cubans took to the streets to protest the country's worst economic crisis in decades, authorities blocked social media sites. It's a tried and true method of stifling dissent by authoritarian regimes around the world. Amazing, because the Associated Press is cock-gobbling the White House on this. They love the idea of stopping COVID misinformation. They love it. AP is on board with Jen Psaki, but not in Cuba, not in Zimbabwe when they did it, not anywhere else. Just here. Why? Zoom out. I mean, I read it to you. You don't need it. You don't need it zoomed out. Dostoevsky said in The Brothers Karamazov, people will freely relinquish their freedoms if they are taken care of and feel protected. That's a good one. 4 to 5 big tech companies basically control the flow of information. Rather than our government ensuring these companies don't trample on our liberties, they're using them to trample on liberties. Yep, that's good. The best solution should be forcing them to change the recommendation algorithms to steer away from people pushing down rabbit holes of one-sided information. Nope. Problem is that pisses off everybody. Terrible posts still allowed, and social media companies lose money. Terrible, terrible solution. No. You know who's better at determining what you want to see than the government? Like, at the end of the day, the social media companies are really fucking good at telling you what you want, at showing you what you want. They're really good at it. In a lot of ways, they're better than us at telling us what we want to see. That's a scary reality. YouTube starts sending me content that I had no idea I would like until I click on it, and then I'm like, whoa, this is great. This is great. The problem is there's so much to sift through. That's why the algorithms exist. I don't know what the other solution is, but I know that the government telling the private company what the solution is not the answer. I know that the government telling the private company how to adjust the algorithm, that is bad. That's the one thing I know for sure is bad. There should be a violation of First Amendment rights. Done. It's overreach. Done. Correct. Any word from the mainstream media regarding all this? They agree. Mainstream media loves being regulated. They love it. Like, let's be real. You know how easy it is for a New York Times reporter to just go ahead and write up a story that's government approved? That's literally the easiest thing they could do. Oh, I can write up an easy story about COVID. I don't have to ask challenging questions. I don't have to interview weird people. I don't have to put my name on a contra narrative. I don't have to do anything other than report the facts. It's the easiest thing in the world. They love it. They love it. Like, imagine if every hard decision at your job was just given a clear instruction. By the way, when you come across this hard scenario, every time, and you just knew it inherently, when you come across this hard scenario, just do the easiest thing possible. Just press this button. Oh, cool. Done. That was neat. Simple. Oh, and we'll give you a bonus. We'll give you a $10 bonus every time you press the button. Oh, boy. Look at this fucking cuck. You do know that ultimately it's not the White House that would decide this, right? It never has been. Who is it? Mark A.L.? Who is it? It's the White House. It's the White House. There you go. It's the White House. Ugh. All right, let's go to the next story. This is good. Someone sent me this. We're not going to get into who. One does not simply shame the House of Written. So that joke takes just a second to sink in, but it's great. Cap says, how do you reconcile condoning lies but death to squatters? Wait, I don't know death to squatters. I've never said that someone squatting in a property should be killed, I don't think. So I'm not sure about that one. What you mean? But if you clarify, just tag me and clarify. Maybe I can answer better. Joseph TX says, why did you leave out a critical fact in AR versus Boogie that he was pointing the gun directly at Frank the entire time, turning brandishing into aggravated assault? Arkansas is a duty to retreat state, so no self-defense justification. That's because I think if he had just pointed the gun at Frank, I really don't think they would have charged him. I think it's the discharge that did it. Oh, he meant swatters, not squatters. Because, okay, that's simple. First of all, the death to squatters is because it's literally attempted murder or murder. Lying from the government about the vaccine isn't lying or misinformation at all. It's information the government doesn't agree with. That's a big difference between a swatter calling a police station with the hopes that armed police show up at someone's house and maybe shoot them in the face. Those are vastly different things. So that's how I reconcile that very simply. If you employ the government to harm someone else under false pretenses, then you need to be punished for that. Because that is using government to accomplish your ends with a lie. That is way different than saying, you know what? I'm not so sure about this vaccine. I think the government's using it to track people or whatever. That's not what I think. YouTube, here's my contravailing statement. I'm not making a statement about the vaccine. I was posing a hypothetical that some people believe the vaccines are a pretext for some other thing. That's fine. That's what I'm talking about here, just using a hypothetical. But some people would say that the vaccines are a pretext for some other activity. The government says, no, they aren't. That's misinformation. That's a lie. They should be removed from all social media forever and not be allowed to speak. Holy shit. Holy shit. They questioned a government narrative. Therefore, they don't get to speak ever again. No, thank you. But a swatter actually puts other people in danger through a proxy of the government by using the government monopoly on force. Something they could never do, by the way. You're not going to round up 8 of the boys with an armored car, with vests, with a rifle, and show up at someone's house because they beat you on Fortnite. That's not going to happen. So that's how I reconcile it. Very, very simply, very, very easily. They're two completely different things. Should we have fancy ways to kill people like lethal injections, or should we just do firing squads or hanging? Kill me with a gun to the back of my, like, through the throat or whatever. Rather than a hanging or a lethal injection, I would take a bullet through the brain or brainstem in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat, that's what I would take. We determined that messiness equals painful. I don't think that's true. I would much rather be guillotined than lethal injection or gassed. Like, we're talking immediate severing of brain stems. I would take that over a slower, more labored suffocation or worse. Like, the gas is cyanide. And you're strapped down. That's a poison that makes you want to claw your own throat out to try and get the horrific feeling out of your body. I'll take a guillotine over that any day. Quartering says, take your shirt off. No, that's for locals only. That's for locals only. By the way, Jeremy, it's been way too long. I need to have you come on this show and drink a lot with me. That's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. I have decreed it, and so I'm going to send you a message about it so I don't forget. We need to do that. Okay, let me get to the next story here now that I'm... This is a pure tragedy, by the way. My favorite fat joke, Lizzo. That's the fattest joke I've ever seen. Here we go. Look at PC Gamer. Look at how PC Gamer is. Quartering says, Tim Pool said the Freedom Phone is amazing. I am buying now. What the fuck is the Freedom Phone? I don't know anything about that at all. Here we go. PC Gamer says, watch 1,000 illegal Bitcoin PCs get literally steamrolled. Experience justice. Look at what they're doing. Look at what they're doing. Scam phone. It's a Chinese phone. I have no idea. I've never even heard of it. Look at this. We're going to watch this. Here we go. Loud as fuck, isn't it? I turned it down. So, you guys probably have heard about a chip shortage, right? Every one of those things had 2 pieces of rare silicon in them. You've got a processor and a graphics card in every single one of them. And rather than like, okay, look, you don't want so these guys stole electricity. They stole $2 million worth of electricity. This is the punishment, the forfeiture of their mining machines. And then the government smashes them. Fucking auction it. Oh, no graphics cards, ASIC miners. Either way, auction them off. Why would you smash them? Put them at government auction. What are you doing? This is Malaysia. According to Malaysian paper, which apparently they don't understand fucking anything. What are you doing? What a waste. Like, okay, we're all supposed to care about global warming and all that green shit. I get, okay, there's no GPUs. I was wrong on that because I don't know fucking anything about it. That's fine. All of that stuff costs a bunch of energy and raw materials to make. And they just shit all over it. What a fucking waste. What a waste that was. Why would you dispose of them? Like, okay, if you're not going to turn them on and mine for the government of Malaysia, which is fine if they don't want to do that, sell them. Sell them $500 a piece. $500,000. It's probably cheap for them. Someone says $20 million in machines, literally. ASICs cost $3K plus per machine. So they're looking easily $3 million if they auction it. Yeah. I mean, what are we doing? What? This is why you don't trust governments. They're stupid. They're the dumbest people on the planet. And they're always given power because they're likable or whatever. So they just roll into power, making the worst decisions that you can make. Hold on. Okay. Just a fucking idiocy. Idiocy going on. This is why you never trust government to do anything. Let's see. Oh, I wanted to cover this one. This has nothing to do with freedom or anything, but this is just fun. You ready for this? Yeah! Get it! Get wrecked, pussy!
I'll fuck kill you! Oh, dang!
Okay, guys, help me. What does on gang mean? I don't even know what on gang means, but I need to know because I'm like, what's happening here? I'm gonna kill you on gang. Does anybody know what on gang is? He said on game. I don't know. I think he said on gang. Swear oath to the gang. Some say on blood or whatever. Oh, okay. He swears upon his gang. On the life and tombstone of my dead gang. I swear I'm gonna kill you. You just got wrecked, son. What are you doing threatening anybody? As opposed to off gang. It's like liquor sales, right? Like you have on sale and off sale liquor. So he can only kick his ass while the gang is around. That's when he's on gang. When he's not off gang. So when he's away from the gang, he gets his ass kicked. So that makes sense. Should we watch that one more time? Yeah. Go! He makes some solid contact. The stripy boy with the rugby shirt makes some contact here. This guy's in a bad spot. If there's no intervention, homie from On Gang's about to get fucking ruined. Ruined.
I'll fucking kill you! On gang!
On gang! A response used when a hype situation occurs to either yourself or a homie, gang, achieving a deeper than a hell yeah vibe due to the fact that fortune occurred to a brother. I love Urban Dictionary. I love it almost as much as refrigerators. Let's see, what else do we got? Wait, I read that one. Okay, here we go. Can't play that Tucker Carlson clip. That's very no. That is very anti. That is anti YouTube messaging. So we're not going to do that one. Here we go. I talked about this a little bit with Barnes, but I wanted to bring it up now. Oh my fucking hell. So prosecutors said a Capitol rioter left a probation officer an obscene voicemail. Now his bail has been revoked. ASO says those ASICs appear to be the Antminer S19 Pro, so you're looking at $6,000 per computer. Fuck. A judge revoked bail Thursday for Capitol riot defendant Brandon Fellows, who will now be detained as he awaits trial. Ruling came after prosecutors said Fellows left rambling and sometimes obscene voicemails for his pretrial services officer and once called her mother, which left both the officer and her mother feeling nervous. Fellows, 27, had previously been released on bail while facing a 5-count indictment that includes a felony charge of obstruction. He is accused of entering the office of Senator Jeffrey Merkley during the Capitol breach, was filmed propping his feet on a desk while wearing a fake orange beard, prosecutors said. They had asked a judge twice to revoke his pre-trial release. Where's my window? There it is. This is what prosecutors are doing right now, by the way. Pre-trial release being revoked. They want these people locked up forever without due process. They would much rather they didn't have trials, by the way. But the judge had previously denied both requests on Thursday. Judge Trevor McFadden granted their third request, noting he could no longer give Fellows benefit of the doubt after his sustained pattern behavior. I don't think you're going to allow us to help you, McFadden said. Listen, motherfucker. No criminal defendant thinks the court is helping them ever. That's not a real thing. And judges do this from time to time. Like, let me help you. You're not helping. You're the state trying to put me in prison forever. That's not helpful. That's not helpful. Probation officer Kendra Rennie testified Wednesday that Fellows had been problematic throughout their contact while he was released on bail. She said he had made sexual innuendos and frequently left her rambling, overly long voicemails. When he was asked to look for work, she said he applied to Albany's FBI office, which she took to be sarcastic. Release this man immediately. Release this man immediately. Look for work. I'll apply to be a fucking glowy. Nails it. He wins. That's the funniest shit he could have done. One voicemail he left her on May 19th, she said, referenced the size of his genitalia and the performance of his genitalia. Good. Fuck you. No one cares. You're a probation officer. Literally, I'm sorry. I have no sympathy. None. I don't care. I don't care if a criminal calls you up and says, listen, girl, I got a big dick. I don't. Maybe I'm bad for that, but I cannot bring myself to care. I think probation officers oftentimes, I don't know about in this case, I don't know anything about it, they perform a function of the state that I disagree with. Probation implies that you are guilty prior to trial. Period. That's what it is. Your pretrial release. Imagine in a system where it's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, that you have to qualify and then pay to be released from custody. Like, imagine that. You have to check in with your government agent. For what? I'm sorry. I thought I was innocent until proven guilty. Well, you are, but you literally aren't, because we think maybe you need to talk to the feds every day. Not gonna get any sympathy from me. Look at this guy. Rennie said that later fellows called her mother's phone and asked to speak with Rennie, which she felt was a purposeful form of intimidation. How did he call her mother's phone? This is a very weird one. This, if he did this is way too far. If he did that, he should not have done that. And but I legitimately don't think that that's a fucking revocation of their ability to be out of prison. That's the court saying, knock that shit off next time you're going to jail. Now we're going to revoke bail the next time you do it. Knock that shit off. But I don't know what that actually means. How did he get her mother's phone number? Why does he have her mother's phone number? What did he actually say? What's going on? It was intimidation. It was frightening. It made me nervous. She said, you're a parole officer. She added that she ultimately went to pick up her mother, who felt very uncomfortable about the situation. By the way, feeling uncomfortable, I hate to be this guy, because if he did that, he should absolutely not have done that. And I want that to be very, very clear here. But we've talked a lot of times about the difference between communication and threats. We've talked a lot of times about how specific threats need to be improper. Him calling up and asking to speak with Rennie, is that a threat? He shouldn't have done it. It's a stupid move. But did he do anything illegal? I don't know about that. I legitimately don't know that he did anything illegal there. Take him out of the probation situation. He calls this woman's mom, says, hey, can I speak to Rennie? She didn't feel nervous at all. He goes, hey, oh, by the way, I'm her mom. This is not the right number. You know, you should call her number about that. I don't know. Not selling me. Rennie also said she'd identified a prior incident where fellows had allegedly harassed a former girlfriend. Prior incident, allegedly. And instead of listing his own phone number on court records in that case, he provided a number that forwarded to the offices of judge's wife. Oh, shit. Not a good move. But this is a separate incident. You could not bring this up in court. So if he were charged for calling this probation officer's mother, this evidence would be against the rules of evidence. You can't show a prior bad act as evidence that he did a current bad act. They were fucking. Maybe. A prosecutor argued that Fellows has demonstrated a continuing pattern of doing whatever he wants when he wants. Yeah, this is America. Wait. You can see this guy getting hit. Hey! Hey, what do you mean I can't call her mom? This is fucking America. Her mom's a MILF. Let's see. McFadden said that Fellows had been lackadaisical about following his conditions of release. Listen to how government cucks fucking talk. Well, he wasn't serious about following his release conditions. Hey, fuck you. And had repeatedly missed his curfew and failed to call in for court-mandated drug testing. Court-mandated. Why does he have court-mandated drug testing? Someone want to tell me why this man has to pay for court-mandated drug testing? He allegedly trespassed on a government building. Why does he have to have court-mandated drug testing? What is that? Again, no sympathy for me. No sympathy for the probation officer here or the court. He also said Fellows demonstrated sustained contempt for the government. Good, me too. Noting that during his initial Zoom hearing, Fellows wore sweatpants and ate breakfast on the call. So what? He's in his house for a Zoom hearing. Why should he not wear sweatpants? What the fuck is this? We have a dress code now? Like, look, again, you should wear a suit to court. You should do that. It's in your best interest. But there is literally no government mandate to have a dress code in court. That's bullshit. And in February, he sent a vulgar email where he called an FBI agent fat-necked. Look at this. Look at this fat-neck motherfucker. Good. Good. I agree with him. I've never even seen the FBI agent. I know that man's neck is fat as fuck. As recently as yesterday, McFadden added, Fellows was smirking and rolling his eyes during the hearing. So? That doesn't mean he's denied bail. The closest thing to being denied bail involves calling the mother of the parole officer, but we don't know what the circumstances are there. We have no idea. But wearing sweatpants and eating breakfast, hey, fuck you. You want to have a morning court hearing? I'm eating breakfast too. Fuck off. What are you doing? McFadden said that while there was a mental health component, to Fellows' behavior, Fellows has brushed off opportunities to obtain mental health treatment despite the court's efforts. Oh yeah, I really want the government giving me mental health treatment. Fuck you. I am not convinced that you're a danger to the community. Then why are you taking away his bail? Why are you taking away? This is an appropriate time to remind the chat. Bail is recognized by the courts as a human right, a fundamental human right. Bail is the compromise that we come up with between having the right to be free until you are proven guilty in a court of law and the need of the government to keep track of people. Bail is what we do for that. And I think the bail system is fucked. I think the probation system is fucked. I think it's coercive. I think it's abusive. I think it's an overreaching government power. But whatever it is your fucking right. And they're stripping him of his right, not because of a danger to the community. I do think you're impulsive. I do think you're headstrong, and you're kind of going to do what you're going to do. So what? That's called individual liberty. And until this man commits a subsequent criminal act, fuck off. I tried really hard to avoid having to lock you up. But after months here, I don't think I can be at all confident there's a condition or combination of conditions you'll adhere to. What did he break? What condition did he break? Drug treatment? Oh, you tried real hard, Judge. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, I mandated fucking drug tests that didn't even matter because his crime had nothing to do with drugs. I think that's the tune. What were you doing? Why are you mandating drug testing for this guy? His crime does not involve drugs. His crime involves entering a building of Congress illegally. Fellows addressed the court during Thursday's hearing and apologized for being annoying. Wouldn't want to deal with me if I were the opposing side, he said. Nice. Hashtag respect. Prosecutors said Thursday that they made Fellow a plea offer, though he's yet to accept. Fellows pleads guilty to a single felony obstruction charge. Prosecutors said they would recommend a sentence between 15 and 21 months for entering a government. Look, it's just a year and a half, 2 years and 3/4. Just that, though. Just go to a federal prison for 15 to 21 months. It's cool. First of all, why are prosecutors disclosing plea offers that have not been agreed to by the defendant? That itself sounds fucking suspect to me. That itself, I don't believe that shit for a moment. What are you doing? Their sentencing recommendation includes an enhancement for interference. Their sentencing recommendation on a plea deal includes an enhancement. Fuck you. Fuck you. Were I this guy's lawyer, my email back would literally be fuck you. You want to put an enhancement on a plea offer? Literally, fuck you with a steel heated rod. Fuck off. What are you talking about? We're not going to plead to an enhancement. Fuck you. They would also not rule out pursuing an additional sentencing enhancement for terrorism in a plea agreement. In a plea agreement, you're going to say, well, look, 15 to 21 months with an enhancement. Plus, we may, after you accept, make a motion for another enhancement that you'll have to argue at court. I'm sorry. You can get fisted. You can get fisted for all I care. What the fuck? Why would anyone agree to this? Terrible deal. Terrible deal. Entirely inappropriate for a plea offer on this thing. Do they have any video of this guy hitting anybody, shooting anybody, stabbing anybody, spraying them with a fire extinguisher or anything like that, throwing rocks at a cop? If this guy literally just entered a government building when they didn't want to and put his feet up on someone's desk, maybe 6 months. Maybe 6 months. No enhancements. We're talking a plea deal here. We're not talking going to trial. Going to trial. Look, if we go to trial, we're gonna pursue these 2 enhancements. Blah 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 blah. You're facing 15 to 21 months. We're talking about a plea deal. We're gonna plead this down to a gross misdemeanor. You're gonna get 6 months. That's a deal. That's a deal you can discuss. That's a good starting point on a plea agreement for this type of shit. Unless they have video of him harming someone or putting someone else in danger. But if he literally just went in and put his feet up on a desk, 6 months. Are we fucking serious? By the way, 6 months would be a lot of time in a federal prison for this shit too. A lot of time. No one wants to go to prison for 6 months. 6 months is enough. You lose your house, by the way. You lose your car if you can't pay for it. What are you paying for while you're in prison? Hope you have some money saved up. You're not paying for shit. What are you going to do? How are you going to keep your stuff? How are you going to pay your rent? You're going to lose everything you own in 6 months. For most people accused of a crime, 6 months in prison, you're going to lose your entire life. That's the untold consequence. Unless you got a family member who's going to pick up the tab while you're fucking gone. Not everybody has that. Fellow's defense attorney said they were still waiting to receive some discovery evidence in his case. Why are they waiting for discovery evidence? Oh, by the way, it's subtle reminder here. This happened 6.5 months ago. Why are you waiting for discovery evidence? Including police body-worn cameras and personnel files for Capitol police officers. Why? Why after 6.5 months do they not have this yet? 6.5 months. They had all this information on January 7. They had it sorted and cataloged and organized by January 10th. We're now 6 months and 7 days from January 10th. Why don't they have this? Which she said could potentially be absolutely integral to preparing for his defense. Yeah, because if they don't have body-worn camera footage of him harming a police officer, what do they got? What do you got? What danger did he put people in? What merits spending almost 2 years in prison? What merits that? In a news story quoting the FBI's criminal complaint, Fellows told a reporter that his Bumble dating profile was blowing up after he posted a picture of himself at the Capitol, and that he didn't expect to get into trouble for the Capitol breach because he saw what other rioters who had made it inside the building were not being arrested. Did I think I was going to get in trouble? No. My mans goes on Bumble. He's like, look, bitches, I was in the Capitol. Come get fucked by a Giga Chad MAGA monster. That's what you do because, and you know who is blowing up his Bumble profile, by the way? You know who it was. Antifa chicks. 100% Biden voters. I guarantee you. He's like, look, bitch, I'll put the MAGA hat on your head and I'll put the freedom juice on your back. And they could not stop themselves. Because it's the reality. It's the reality. Women on the left. Look, the whole motif of women on the left is that they're strong, they're independent, whatever, right? That's the motif. But the thing is, they're still women. They are still women. At the end of the day, as much as they may want to protest that, they're still women. And what they don't want a subservient man. They don't want that. They don't want a simp. They don't want anything. Women want, at worst, an equal partner, if not a dominant partner. Because if you're a strong woman, what you want to come home to at the end of the day is a man who shows your strength by being your equal. If the quest is equality, then equality is the goal. That's simple psychological sense right there. If the quest is equality, then an equal partner is the goal. Or, and I'll say this is, I think I've done enough market research on this to be confident. Women love a challenge. That's why I would say that the minimum is equality. And then going up from there, some women would like to pursue a challenge where they believe that the power dynamic is still unequal and that they can use their womanhood, their strength, their individuality to put them on equal turf with someone who is perceived as not equal. Women like the pursuit. They really do. I don't think that that's controversial at all, or I'm sure someone will call me sexist, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Because I'm not saying that that's a good or bad thing. I think that's just a reality of women. They don't want a weak man. Why would they? If we accept the premise that women want equality, why would they go through all of the struggle to only have someone disproportionately unequal to them? That doesn't make any sense. Let me find an example. I'll show you. I'll show you what women don't want. This is easy for me. By the way, I'm at 18.7 thousand followers, 18,739 followers on Twitter. If you do have a Twitter and don't follow me, go ahead and follow me, please. Look, I'm just trying to pass Mars Girl because it'll be funny again. She needs to know that she's subservient too. Look at this. Do you know any woman in the world who wants to come home to that? Any woman in the world is like, you know what I want? I want to come home to that. Nope. Not a chance. Not a chance. Does a woman want this soft face, sad sack of soy? Nobody wants that. That's not the only example I've got. We've got another one here. Hold on. Where are we? Fuck. Where was it? No. No, did it get deleted? God damn it. Wait, where is it? I've got it somewhere. I just have to find it real quick. Here we go. Here's the other one. There you go. You think any woman on earth wants to come home to that? They're like, you know what I want to come home to is that. No, of course not. Look at the magnification on those glasses, by the way. Okay, this man has some serious vision problems. I didn't even notice. Like, look, this face is fucking fat, right? Like, this is a round, large head. And look at the indent on those glasses. This magnification is off the goddamn charts. Whoa! I didn't even notice before. Wow. No, that's the thing. That's the thing. Look, an SJW woman, a progressive woman or whatever you may think of her. And look, some of them are crazy. Some of them are absolutely crazy. But what these guys don't realize, bro, like, just see with your eyes. What these guys don't realize is that these women have a perception that they are lesser than men. Like, somehow they got that. That's the funny thing. They believe they're lesser than men and therefore have to accommodate and become equal to men. Okay, great. The systemic racism, sexism, whatever, has put them at a lesser light. Therefore, they have to work and achieve and do all these things to prove they're as good as a man. I don't think that about women, by the way. I personally, look, I love women. I love all their parts. I love all their little doohickeys and their knobs and their nodules. I think they're great. I have no illusion that women are lesser than men in my book. I think they're fantastic. And a lot of times I prefer woman parts to man parts 10 times out of 10. So anyway, but women have been conditioned to think that they're lesser than men. So they have to overcome that conditioning because their perception is that society also thinks that they're lesser than men. So they don't want to come home to a weaker man. That's not what they want. They don't want a sad soy-filled sack. They don't want that ever. Because in their mind and in the eyes of society, they are lesser than their male companion, or at best equal to, in their perception, not mine. Again, this is them. This is how they see themselves. If you see yourself as having to overcome society's perception, you want to show up next to the better looking thing. No one's proud of you being better than a fucking ham sandwich. You want to be better than a ribeye sandwich. You want to be better than a ribeye steak, not a hamburger. Of course you do. Of course you do. If you show up next to a fat, ugly, soy-filled, subservient beta male, everyone looks and goes, well, yeah, of course she's better than him. He's batting way out of his league. That's not surprising. That's not alluring. That doesn't play into the psychology of outdoing what societal norms are. So if you guys want to know my theory, at least, look, I'm not a psychologist, a sociologist, or an anthropologist. This is all based on my personal suppositional thinking. But if you want to know my theory on why liberal women want to get absolutely blown out by conservative men, that's why. Because it's not just conservative men, by the way. If it's a conservative man that looks like that, they don't want him either. They don't want him either. They want a tall. This isn't fair. I'm not saying this is the right thing. And I'm not actually like, look, I cast shade 99% of my life on everybody. I'm not casting shade on anybody here at all. This is entirely liberal woman perspective. They want a tall, muscly, wealthy guy with a strong jaw. That's what they want. Because that is the perception of success in America, period. That's just what it is. It's what it's been for a very long time. That's what they want to show the world that they are good enough to achieve. I actually don't think that that is a sufficient selection of a mate, personally. You know, call me old-fashioned. I think what's in the person's character is very, very important. And I think when you really get down to the essence of what women want, it's what is in the character of the person that they're attracted to. But I'm not talking about women. I'm talking about liberal women, which are a completely different animal. Because they have something to prove. They have a society to show up. They got to tell the society they're wrong. That's a different thing than what women at their essence want. Women want a man who can provide and a man with integrity, period. Those two things, you find a conservative chick, that's what you got. It's really not about your looks. You have to be at some basic level attractive to the woman, but that's pretty flexible. But it's really about, can you provide and do you have integrity? Are you a risk factor to them? Are you something they can rely on? These are basic, essential, biological imperatives for breeding. And if you don't understand that, you won't understand women. But what liberal women want, over 6 feet, over 6 figures, over 6 inches. 666. Devil's gotten to them. That's what liberal women want. By the way, check. All right, here we go. Marsupial Gamer says, women also like escapism. My partner was the chief operating officer of a tech company. She made decisions and directed men all day. When she came home, she wanted me to make the decisions and tell her what to do. Yes. They like that. Of course they do. Because that's not a woman thing, by the way. Having other people minimize your decision making is something that men desire too. Because decision making is really tiring. It's a taxing activity for our brain. There's all sorts of articles about this, about how successful men minimize the amount of decisions that they make over trivial things so they can make decisions on important things, blah, 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 blah. That's a reality. She's in a position of power. She makes a bunch of decisions. When she comes home, she doesn't want to decide what's for dinner. She doesn't want to decide what you're watching on TV. She doesn't decide what you're doing for the rest of the night. Now is time for her to relax. That's the way it goes. So of course she wants a guy who's going to be able to take charge and recognize that stuff. For me, Lady Rackets gets up before I'm up because I wake up late. She wakes up way earlier. She gets up and she starts doing stuff around the house during the day. She makes decisions about what she's going to clean up, what she's going to organize, how she's going to pick up after the kids, what activities the kids need to go to during the day. She does all that stuff. By the time I'm up and interacting with her, what she wants is me to decide, this is what we're going to do for dinner. This is how the kids are going to manage their evening activities. This is what they're going to. She wants me to start taking over the decision-making process. Absolutely. Simple makes sense. Okay. This is going on too long, though. We've nailed it, I think. Let's get to the last story of the day. Women can't measure for shit. Look, Shiki, that is 100% true. They can't. Like, that's about... I think that picture is about 12 inches across. Yeah, that's a 36-inch wide frame. Dick Masterson's talked about this several times. Well, did you measure it? Did you put a tape measure on the wall? Well, no, I thought about what size it was. Oh, fuck's sake. No, you got to take the tape measure and actually put it on the goddamn wall and see how big it is. Because you can't just guess. You can't do it. All right, here we go. Look at this. This is the funniest news coming out of today. Federal judge says the DACA program is illegal and blocks new applications. Whoops. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Cinema Queen says, I could beat you on measuring stuff easily. Not a chance. Not a chance, girl. I'm going to put a measuring tape on the wall. 10 times out of 10. I'm going to take the measuring tape and I'm going to put it up there. But yeah, DACA got knocked out by a federal judge. Here we go. Federal judge in Texas. You know this is a Trump appointee. You know this is a Trump appointee. A federal judge in Texas ruled in favor of blocking new applications to the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program on Friday, saying that former President Barack Obama did not have the legal authority to offer protections to undocumented children brought to the U.S. from being deported. I'm not 100% sure that he didn't, but I love that a federal judge says that he didn't. I love that. I love that. See, this is an interesting question. Does the federal government... So I talked about this back when Obama was president, before any of you had ever heard of me, on my personal Facebook page. And I said, when Obama had a plan to give basically 2 million illegal immigrants green cards. And I said that under the sole organ test, which says that the executive branch is the sole organ of foreign relations, the president may have the power to go ahead and grant basically permanent resident status to illegal immigrants of certain characteristics. He may have the power to do that. However, I said Obama, I don't think, went far enough in exercising that power to actually qualify. What he did was he granted a 2-year temporary status, if I remember correct. He created a status for these foreign illegal immigrants. Now, I'm not saying this was the right or the wise thing to do, and I said that in my post. This is not the right or the wise thing to do. But I think the president, based on jurisprudence, may have the power to do this. But I don't think Obama went far enough. I think if he wanted to exercise that power, he should have gone farther, and he didn't do that. He went, like he does all things, limp-wristed into it. So this is something I've been talking about for a while. The president may have way more immigration power than we give him credit for, but they haven't actually gone full balls in and exercised it. And since they didn't, they fall down from the president's sole organ power down into the power of where the legislature is with immigration naturalization, because the legislature has the sole power to determine immigration and naturalization procedures under Article 1, Section 8 or 9. I don't remember which one it is. So that conflicts with the president's sole organ power over foreign relations. Those are two separate conflicting powers that have checks and balances questions. DACA, I don't think fits into that because it doesn't go far enough. I think if the president went farther on DACA and said, they can do this because I have this power, because we're talking about foreign relations, and I have the sole authority on foreign relations, I can do this and this and this, I think they can maybe go there. But the Democrats have been so afraid to go all the way on this at the executive level, and the courts have been really lackluster in striking it down. Now, finally, it's struck down. This is good stuff. We need to hammer out where the power is. But yeah, so anyway, all of that to say, I've been talking about this since the 2012, 2013, something like that. I find it to be an interesting subject. Immigration naturalization was all part of the Immigration Naturalization Act of 1952, modified in 1957, and barely updated since. And it is really a system that needs a full overhaul. All of it needs to be done. We need to stop sending students home. Like if we're going to think about this. If we're going to bring someone here on a student visa for 4 years, so for 4 years, they're going to come here. They're going to use our colleges. They're going to drive on our roads. They're going to use our phone and internet lines. They're going to use our infrastructure. Everything about America they're going to do. They're going to build networks in America. They're the best and brightest from their country coming here for a better chance at education. And then we're going to require them to go back home. What a waste of our resources on this person. To me, that's a stupid thing. I want the people who are willing to come to America, to do the hard work, to go to school in our schools, to take our roads, to use our internet, to build networks in our country. I want them to have the option to stay because we've invested our resources in those people. I want them here. I don't want to send them back to Guatemala or whatever. I want that person in America. I want someone who's willing to come and put in the work to stay here. That's a person I have high hopes for. I don't want to send them back. I don't want to waste our tax dollars on that. Because for every dollar that they spend on their education, tax dollars go into it too. Send them back, no brain drain. I don't agree. Why are you coming to America? This is literally only people who are coming to American higher education for the purposes of educating themselves in the American system, which they pay cash for. I want those people to be here and to stay. I don't want to send them back after we spend our resources on them. Those aren't criminal foreign trespass. This is different than DACA, guys. These are people who legally come on a student visa. Jesus fucking Christ. talking about immigration is so fucking frustrating for this stuff. I want the people who pay to come here to pay to go to an American secondary education system legally to stay. We require them to promise to leave after they sap American resources. If you're going to come here and use American resources legally, that's what I want. DACA is separate. DACA is different. DACA are people who came here illegally. I don't want them here. That's separate from the issue. We're talking about two different things. Sorry if I didn't make that clear. People who come here legally to be educated in the United States, we require them to promise they will leave. That doesn't make sense. If someone's going to come here legally to be educated in the United States, I don't want them to promise to leave. I think I want them to stay. I think those are the type of immigrants that I want here. The illegal immigrants who come under DACA, those I want to leave. I don't want them here. You came here illegally. Get out. I'm not talking about DACA here. Sorry for the confusion. Sorry for the confusion. I'm talking about an overhaul of the immigration system that doesn't have a stupid requirement for legal immigrants to leave after they spend a bunch of U.S. resources getting educated. Do you think ending birthright citizenship would help reduce illegal immigration? Yes. Yes. 100%. Keep the brains here, stop the brain drain. Yes. Yeah. Look, I know tons of legal college immigrants, very smart people, very good kids who wanted to come here, get an education, but we made them promise they would go back. But guess what? By the way, a lot of them end up finding some weird alternative way through work visas and stuff like that to try and go through this really roundabout system to come here because they want to be American. They want to do the right thing. They want to pay taxes. They want to come and stay because they like the principles of America more than a lot of Americans. I want those people here who value freedom. What I don't want are illegal immigrants who have subverted the system. So just so that's clear. Just so that's clear. By the way, that's not what we're doing. Right now, what we're doing is keeping the illegal immigrants and telling the legal immigrants that they have to promise to fucking leave. That is the dumbest shit on the planet. That doesn't make sense to me. That's the backwards thing. All right. So anyway, here we go. Federal judge in Texas ruled in favor of blocking new applications for the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program on Friday, stating that former President Barack Obama did not have the legal authority to offer protections to undocumented children brought to the U.S. from being deported. I agree with this. Just so we're clear, because I think some people in the chat maybe aren't clear on this. I agree with this court's decision. I disagree with a completely different part of immigration law, which is a very complex and robust discussion that probably shouldn't be had on YouTube because no one has time to give deference to an educated opinion on YouTube. They just don't. Because there's so many uneducated opinions out there. I get it. I should know better. I should just be clear and address the issue at hand rather than addressing a separate issue because it's a mess. Classical positioning says secure the border and then end the exploitative send me your tired, weak, huddled masses yearning to breathe free era. Start encouraging citizens already here to have kids. I feel no incentive to have kids in my own country. No, I agree with all of that. Again, I have 5 children. I want more children born in the U.S. That's what I want. But I'm saying that Fuck, here I am talking about it again. If you want to be a U.S. citizen because you value the United States and you want to come and engage in United States resources and United States education and build United States networks, and you want to stay here, those are the people who are willing to follow the legal process and, most importantly, literally pay their own way. Legal education immigrants pay for basically everything out of pocket. These are not the lowest dregs of other countries. These are people who can afford to pay cash for college. That's the person I want here, who's willing to pay and work and do the hard thing. That's the person I want. I don't want the free rider. I don't want the freeloader. I don't want that guy. I don't want that guy at all. I want the hard worker who's going to pay, who's going to do their own thing, who's going to pay taxes while they're here. That's what I want. That's what I want. Okay. So here we go. Ruling by U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Texas, Judge Andrew Hannon orders the Biden administration to stop approving applications immediately. Hannon noted that current recipients will not be immediately impacted. To be clear, the order does not require DHS or the Department of Justice to take any immigration, deportation, or criminal action against any DACA recipient, applicant, or any other individual that would not otherwise take. DACA program was first implemented in 2012 with more than 616,000 people currently enrolled. Too many. Way too many. We should not look. It sucks. It sucks that you're a kid whose parents brought you to America illegally. I sympathize. That sucks. Sorry, you're still here illegally. Get out. Get out. I'm sorry that your parents did that. That was their choice. Now get out. TJ. Shit, I miss these. Nick, I gotta say, I loved your live stream from the convention. And also, you're a very lucky man. You have a very beautiful wife. Hey, thank you. She is really lovely. Love your content, bro. Keep it coming. See you on Flashcast tomorrow. I think so. Hope so. You're funny as fuck. I think I'll be on Flashcast tomorrow. I'm looking to do more conventions in general. I think live streaming from conventions is very fun. I'm looking at one to go to in August, not as a guest at the convention, but just in general. I think IRL live streaming could be pretty fun to do. And so I'm looking for opportunities to do it that make sense. How's that? Amateur Ant says, Nick, you're wrong. Women in general want the over 6 foot guy with a great job in the Western culture. No matter what political side they're on, they will take half your shit in a divorce. It's always lose-lose for men in court. So why bother with him? First of all, it isn't always lose-lose in court. That's a meme that the MGTOW have taken and run with. Look, I don't sit and challenge Drexel on this because it's not my job to challenge someone else's narrative every time they're on the show. People have their own opinions. Drexel got fucked by the family court, and he can certainly have. I'm not here to change the fact that he got fucked by the family court, okay? But not all women take away 50% of what you own. And believe me, it benefits the left to have men believing that women are terrible 100% of the time. It 100% benefits the people who don't want kids, who don't want Americans, who don't want us to control our education, who don't want good, strong relationships. Those strong relationships are still real. They still exist. Men don't always lose in family court. They lose a lot, but they lose a lot less than they used to. And that's progress, and we need to keep making it. So, look, I've been married for 17 years, almost. We've got 7 days to go. 1 week till I've been married for 17 years. I know a lot of other people who've been happily married for much longer than that. I know some people who've been unhappily married or divorced as well. Absolutely. I think the juice is worth the squeeze. I think the risk is worth the reward. Not everybody does. I'm not here to change your mind on that. But the fact that all men lose all the time, every single day, and that marriage isn't worth it, that's a MGTOW meme, and I don't adhere to it. Sorry. But I'm not going to adhere to it either. So, one, because it's literally not based on reality. It's based on a perception of reality. And that's fine. Again, if you want to adhere to it, go for it. It's not a bad way of life. It's not a bad way of life. It's a risk-free way of life. But I've never known being a man to be one that runs from risk. I've never in my life heard, you know what the one quality about men is that I respect? It's that they don't engage in risk. Never have I heard that except from MGTOW. By the way, 90% of women win everything in court. That's not true. That's an old statistic. It is a true statistic from ages past. It's not true today. Not even fucking close, by the way. But I want to point out that literally never, anywhere has anyone says, you know what I respect about men? That they don't take risks. But MGTOW is all about not taking that risk. Again, it's a perfectly fine decision. If men don't want to engage in women, I'm not going to stop them. I'm not going to even tell them it's wrong. It's not wrong. It's a perfectly reasonable thing to do. It's not my thing to do, ever. Sorry. I'm not here to challenge or fight the MGTOW narrative. Go for it. I encourage you. You go with my blessing. You won't catch me doing it. It doesn't mean you settle with effing crazy. I don't mind risk. I have a problem with unnecessary risk with low reward because other partners damage goods. No one told you to settle with crazy. No one told you at all to settle with crazy. Don't. Have high standards. You're a man. You're fucking cool. You got muscles. You got muscles and testosterone. Something that both things are what the majority of women lack. You're taller. You can get shit off the top shelf. You're a catch, buddy. If nothing else, you can find, like, even if you're short, you can find a fucking thing to stand on to grab something for a woman who couldn't figure that out. You're a catch. Men are great. Men are cool. We solve fucking problems. Don't settle. I would never ask a man to settle for anything. We can open jars, says Ron Crossman. Literally, yes. Literally, yes. I'm never going to forget this. So when you get married, people give you a lot of gifts. If you have a big ceremony or whatever, people give you gifts. And then for some gay reason, it's tradition the next day to ruin your whole fucking day and spend time opening gifts with a bunch of women around. The bride and I guess the husband sit around with a bunch of the bride's family and a bunch of other women, and you open gifts to see what you got. This is the stupidest, most stereotypical womanly thing you can possibly do. Oh, let's see what they gave you, right? Like, but it's what you do. So you sit there and you open all the gifts. So I'm sitting there with my wife, and she reached to grab something. She like bad angle. She couldn't get it. I just grabbed it, picked it up like a fucking man because I have look, I don't have big shoulders, but I have literally any shoulders. So I pick it up and I hand it to her, right? And all of the women sitting there laughed. And they looked to the woman to my wife, and they said, get used to that. That's going to be your whole life. The implication, literally, just fucking, because I can just pick something up and hand it to her. Because I can just open a jar. Because it's not an existential crisis to pull a box apart when I don't have a fucking knife. But I'm a man, so I've got a knife. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing, but it's true. It's true. We can open jars. Men, you have value. Even big fat women can't open jars. But yet, the skinniest, weakest man on the planet can walk up to a pickle jar and go, and open it. There's the strongest woman on the planet. It's like, fuck! I do CrossFit every day and I still can't do it. It's the weirdest thing on the planet. You can do it and they can't. God loves you in that way. You have value. Don't settle. Don't settle for a crazy chick. Don't settle for an ugly chick. No one's asking you to do all this stuff and to take all this risk. Men who, look, the reason there's a 50% divorce rate is because a bunch of men made bad decisions. Frankly, I don't know why the MGTOW movement takes the blame off of the men who chose bad partners, but they did. They did choose bad partners. MGTOW will talk all day about how bad women are, but then they're like, look, 50% divorces and 90% of them are initiated by women. Yeah, that means 50% of the 48% of the men made bad fucking choices. Like, you know these things, you're laying out these numbers, and then you're abdicating men of their responsibility to make a better fucking choice. Make a better choice. Make a better choice. Pick a better partner. The signs, according to MGTOW, the signs were there from day one. Right? Oh, you got the signs. Oh, she won't let you check your phone. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Then why'd you make the bad choice? Why'd you marry that dumb bitch? Why did you do that? Why did you do these things that you know to be wrong? And then you complain about the woman? When did men stop taking responsibility for their choices and their actions? With MGTOW. Again, if you want to be MGTOW, if you want to go monk, if you want to avoid women, I'm literally never going to stop you. Go for it. But if you want to be a fucking man and take responsibility for your actions and talk about how men do all these right things, then be a man and take responsibility when you make a bad decision. Because she was super fucking hot like Holy. Look, if she was super fucking hot, have sex with her. Enjoy it. If she's super hot but also crazy, why on earth would you marry her? Luckily for me, I found a woman who is both hot and less crazy. She's still a woman. She's still a little bit crazy. Less crazy. But that's my thing. I'm gonna stop ranting about MGTOW right now. Because again, it's a complicated topic. I understand the point. I get the greater message. Whatever. Oh, it's the worst now than it's ever been. It's actually not worse now than it's ever been for men. It's better now than it's been in probably 4 decades. But what you want to do, you either wanted to get divorced in the 50s or you want to get divorced now as a man. They're the 2 best times in probably American history to get divorced. So, most of their arguments are based off of older statistics and older things. That's fine. By the way, you can choose the things you base your decisions off of. I'm not here to criticize those. Not at all. You do what is best for you. I'm not your dad. I'm not your guidance counselor. I'm certainly not your financial planner. And I don't want to be. And I'm not your lawyer. Just a guy on the internet talking, giving my opinion. Take my opinion, incorporate it into yourself, and then you decide what you want to do. Don Face says, most MGTOW don't take the risk because family court sides one way. Largely. It's getting a lot better, though. It's seriously a lot better than it was in 1985. I appreciate you not bashing on it, not MGTOW myself, but after getting back from the bar just now, I've never been more happy to be single. Mercator law rules. Look, enjoy being single. Again, I'm not here to change your mind on any of this. You want to go out, be single guy, bang a bunch of hot chicks at the bar? Do it. Props, brother. I never did that. That's not how I rolled, but I do not disrespect it, and there's a lot of advantages to it. Amateur Ant says, I'm willing to take a risk, just not with Western courts. South America, the Philippines, just name a few places that I would possibly get married and have kids as long as I live in those places. Then go there. Trust me. In my opinion, marriage is worth it. It's worth the risk with the right person. I really do think so. I'm biased. 17 years married. I'm biased on that. And we have not been without our complications, not without our frustrations, and not without our fights. To me, though, it's worth fighting through the issues. I do think that is a failure of... I do think that is a failure of... I don't want to say MGTOW. It's more than MGTOW. I think that's a failure of this generation, the millennial generation or the next generation, whatever it is. I think they don't want to fight for what they have. I think they get into a problem with their significant other and then they break it off. They don't want to work through it. I think that's true. I see a lot of it. And it's not like, oh, the new generation's great and the old generation. No. The reason that the old generation has a 50% divorce statistic is the exact same. It's the exact same. I don't mean to make it out to be a new generation thing. It's not. There are a bunch of people out there who don't want to work through the problems when they arise. They think that you're going to marry someone when you're both 19 and you're both going to be the same person when you're 50. You're not. You're not the same person. You're a different person probably every 5-6 years. And you have to choose to engage the person again. And sometimes that takes work. Sometimes people don't want to do it. That's fine. You're not the same person. Neither are they. And maybe they turn into a piece of shit and you don't like them anymore. That happens. That's reality. Think about your own friends, your non-married, not your woman friends or your man friends or whatever. Not your spouse. Just your friends in general. My friends today are way different people than they were. Drexel, by the way, was not a MGTOW monk when I met him back in, 1996? Drexel changed dramatically. His entire position on women changed when he got fucked by the family court. Do you think Drexel was a MGTOW monk before family court? Listen to his stories. He clearly was not. Clearly was not. You think he would have impregnated a woman? You think he's going to impregnate a woman today? Of course not. But he did. Why? Why? He was different. Very different person. That's fine. People change. You got to realize your spouse changes too. And I think a lot of people don't think their spouses change. They don't think they change. Sometimes you change and things are fine. Other times you change and you grow apart. People divorce rather than reconnect. I choose reconnect. I made a commitment a long fucking time ago to do that. Times now are not different, Adam SK. They literally are not different. What You tell me what's different now than in 1990. And the funny thing is, if you honestly look at now versus 1990, men have it better. They have it better than they did in 1990. That's the crazy thing. It's not, if it's different in benefit of men. That's the weird thing. Parachute pants are different. That's true. Parachute pants are different. Tom Bombethrill says, when me and my wife got married, we swore a blood oath that we will see this through until one of us dies. She coming from a broken home and me being weird, it was fitting. Coming up on 13 years next month, it's worth the pain. Hey, me too, Tom. Me too. It's a very similar story. Very similar story. We swore off the idea of divorce. We don't talk about it. We don't use that word in our conversations. We don't introduce the idea. And we've been through some shit. Please yell at the chat more and louder. Thanks. I don't like yelling at the chat. I hate it. It's only when I drink. It's only when I drink enough. Look, at the end of the day, why are we talking MGTOW? How did I get on this fucking subject anyway? Tell me about alimony, child support, tax law changes. Literally, X lasing X. Alimony used to be a default position of the court. Now, the woman has to try really hard to get alimony. In Minnesota, alimony is disfavored. It's almost a guaranteed loss for the woman. If alimony is granted, it used to be permanent. Now it is not. Now it is not. Now alimony is capped at basically 2 years in Minnesota if you get it. Which, by the way, it's really fucking hard to get alimony in Minnesota and in most other states. If you want to talk about child support has gone from a 2-step scale in Minnesota to a 10-step scale in Minnesota based on parenting time. Because it used to be, if you had under 10% parenting time, you paid 100%. If you had over 10% but less than 50%, you paid something like 80%. And if you have over 50%, you pay basically 20%. That's how it used to be. Now it's a graded scale with something like 10 steps. Guys, again, the MGTOW talk about divorce law is fucking wrong. It's based on older law. I'm not here to change your opinions on the risk. I'm really not. You're bringing this up. If you want to talk about alimony, child support, and taxes on divorce, they've only gotten better for men in the past 20 years. They've only gotten better. It's weird, I know, but they have gotten better. Are they perfect? No. Are they fair? No. Are they more fair than they were 10 years ago? Yes, 100%. 100%. But people don't want to acknowledge the reality of those things. They want to talk about it and pretend that the reality doesn't exist. So anyway, fuck this. Stupid fucking subject. I hate it. President Joe Biden has asserted he would like to see a path to citizenship for Dreamers, which is not currently an option for those partaking in the program. Good. Go fucking home. Go fucking home. Hannon, who was appointed by former President George Bush. Oh, it's not a Trump appointee. It's a Bush appointee. He believes DACA violates the Administrative Procedure Act, which dictates how agencies develop and implement regulations. He ruled in favor of Texas and 8 other Republican-run states who had sued to halt the program, arguing that Obama didn't have the authority to create DACA because it bypassed Congress. True? True. Mexican-American Legal Defense and Education Fund, which defended the program on behalf of some DACA recipients, vowed to appeal the decision. And of course, this is going to get appealed. We'll see what the Fifth Circuit does. And then we may see what the Supreme Court does. Today's decision then once more emphasizes how critically important it is The Congress step up to reflect the will of the supermajority of citizens and voters of this country, Thomas Sanchez, president of the MALDEF, said Friday. That will is to see DACA recipients and other young immigrants similarly situated receive legislative action that will grant them a pathway to permanence and citizenship in our country. I don't think they have a supermajority on this. I don't think they have a supermajority on this at all. This is a fiction. I don't think when people really analyze the system, they say, you know what I want? Citizenship for a bunch of people who came here illegally. I think what they want is people to be sent back home reasonably to places that will accommodate them. They're kids. They didn't make the decision. It's not fair that their parents made the decision, but they need to be sent home with their parents. With their parents. Sorry that you sold all your stuff in Honduras to come to America. Go back to Honduras. No one asked you to sell all your stuff to enter America illegally. Nobody did that. Nobody would do that. Nobody wants you to do that. Go back to Honduras. Go back to Guatemala. Go back to Mexico. Go back to El Salvador. I'm sorry you sold all your stuff. There was not a sign on the door that said sell all your stuff. In fact, there wasn't even a door. There's literally a fucking wall. It's very unfortunate that this happened to you when you were not 18. But guess what? It did. That's a reality. Go home. Okay. Let's read super chats and end this fucking stream. All right. Ray D2Kill. Get angry at chat. I haven't even begun to get angry at chat yet. You start throwing circumcision facts at me and I'll fucking rail you into the ground like a fucking liberal bitch. I'll rail you so hard your asshole will hurt for days. If those kids want to stay in the U.S., then they can always serve in the military. There you go. Malik Foxon. Nope. Sorry. Ray D2Kill says 1/0. He's got a bunch of chats in a row. In UFC commentator voice. Holy fuck. Look at the look on the intensity of my anus. The question is, can salmon get inside my anus? This is not where my anus wants to be. My anus is most comfortable. On the ground, not a good place for my anus to be. Maybe my anus needs to loosen up here a little. We know, Pat, the my anus can take a pounding and can come back. And you can see my anus getting a little acrobatic. So far, so good for my anus. Salmon did say that yesterday that he has enormous respect for my anus. Here, my anus goes to the ground. Here, this is where my anus wants to be, Pat. And my anus didn't have time on the ground. He just wanted double jab my anus. And my anus is taking punishment. But at the moment, my anus is very sore and very sore state. My anus still grimacing here. Can my anus avoid the jabs? My anus is still shaking out the butterflies and stinging punch to my anus. I pray that people in the chat clip this. Very weird. Very weird. Whew. Where Tiger Ray says, isn't there a First Amendment issue if the government pressures social media to ban people? Yes. Yes, it's just not a state actor issue. It's a different legal track that you want to take. Kool-Aid Man says, oh yeah. So Nick, I used to smash Jen Psaki back in the day. I always gave her a shot of something. Why do you think her hair is red now? I tried to smash her recently, but when she opened up her legs, it was a gaping cavern of despair. I'm methed up and noped out. Crusader Saracen says, not gonna lie, I thought that stupid kid said I'm gay instead of on gay. It says on gang. I was so confused. I'm still pretty confused, actually. Ethan Ralph says, the father of my child bride is taking me to court in California for harassment. I guess he didn't like being exposed on my show or his phone number exposed on my Twitter. I will be in court for the hearing on Monday. New lawsuit arc. Let's go. Wait, is there a hearing for Ralph on Monday? Somebody send me a goddamn link. I have no idea what's going on with Ralph's case. American court victim says, one day with your permission, a nation of Muhammad, even Iraq will say, oh, Muslim, there's an American prosecutor hiding behind me. Come over here and cut his head off. And by Allah, when that day comes, we will cut it off. Anon Anon says, Nick, feel free not to answer, but has your wife ever shit tested you? Probably. Nothing on anything major. There's a lot being made of my wife and I's relationship right now on Kiwi Farms and on Twitter, and that's fine. You know, I'm relatively public. I'm open to public criticism. Let me just say that none of these people understand marital relationships, and basically everything they're saying is based on literal lies from a fat fucking grifter. But that's the way it goes. What do you do about it? What do you do about it? That person gets cucked every time someone eats a sandwich, so that's their fucking problem. We've got Crusader Saracen says, legal question. If the executive branch is the sole organ of foreign relations, it is, according to the court, is Congress not needed to ratify treaties? No, they are not. Are treaties not under the purview of foreign relations? No, so Congress can ratify a treaty, but a thing with the same legal effect of a treaty is called an executive agreement. That is where an executive from one country enters into a legally binding agreement with an executive of another country. Those are not ratified by Congress. They have the same force of law as a treaty. They don't have the same political clout as a treaty, but treaties are literally political clout. That's it. Executive agreements have the same binding force of law that treaties do. Executives can enter into them without Congress, and they can exit them without Congress as well. That is one of the biggest red pill in the entire world. Someone says, I thought Senate ratified treaties. The Senate does ratify treaties. If they literally do not call it a treaty and call it an executive agreement, guess what? The Senate doesn't have any say at all. And that's the legal reality. All right, next. Mario Kart 13 says, retard on a homosexual. Mexican Flash says, make fun of Mexicans. You have my Mexicano pass. Mario Kart 13 says, YouTube was started because of Janet Jackson's nips. Good. Gordo Fabulous says, just started a new job. Going to be working on kick-ass projects. Have $5 and thanks for the streams during the unemployment and thereafter. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Automata says, gonna give SOR4 DLC a spin. What is SOR4? Or wait till Drex is out sometime. Oh, Streets of Rage 4. Estel is such a strong woman. She carries me to survival stage 30, no problem. I'm going to wait till Drex is out so he can play Estel. Eric D says, when clap, you think clap, talk, clap with clap, your clap, hands clap, you clap, should clap, be clap, demonetize clap. Shagaval says, Nick, thumbnails are a few seconds of video. Okay. Mario Carter 13 says, Darius Rucker, let her cry. Let the tears fall down like rain. Let her sing. Voice of Free America says, sorry, Nick. Need boobas for the fake cry to work. Anime Moon says, funny thing is that just bought a house, I think, all off Skyrim Sleuths mods. So there is that as a Christian channel, no less. Look, I respect the grift. But they're overblowing. Their channel is dead forever. Fucking nonsense. They're fucking liars. Long story short, MxR is fucking lying. There's nothing else you can say about it. They know that this video and the next video and the next video are going to be monetized for the period of time that they're going to make all of their money on it. I think it's shit that their old videos get demonetized. I think it's shit when my old videos get demonetized. It happens. It's part of YouTube. It's bullshit. But 90% of views come in the first 48 hours. They fucking know it. They're fucking lying. And that's the end of it. Nobody has a 1.7 million subscriber channel and is like, I'm too retarded to know how fucking YouTube monetization works. They know exactly what they're doing. They're lying to their audience. And I don't like people who lie to their audience. I don't like it. I'm sorry. Fuck them. I wish them all the success in the world. I think that YouTube demonetizing them is shit. But at the same time, they're literally fucking fine. They're still going to make $100,000 a month. I make a lot of money. Let's be real here. You guys want to know? Do you want to know how much I make? I'm blown away every fucking time I look at it. This month will probably be different because I went to a convention. But this year, I make over $15,000 a month every month. I hope I earn it. I make a very, very, very good living doing what I do. I make, a seventh of what they make on Patreon alone. On Patreon. And they're talking about their career and channel is over. Fuck you, you liars. They're literally like, I won the grifting award for 2020. I'm not even fucking close to these people. I'm not even fucking close. 15 grand a month? Great. They make over $100,000 a month on Patreon. Just Patreon. And their YouTube channel isn't demonetized. They're still, every single video they release, by the way, 500,000 views. If I get 500,000 views on a video, I make at minimum $2,000. I don't know what their CPM is. I do not know. But I guarantee you, every video that they make, every day, makes $1,000. In addition to the 6-figure per month income they make on Patreon. They're literally fucking lying. They're literally lying to you. It's stupid what happened to them. It sucks. It should not have happened. It's bogus. But at the same time, you're talking about people who make $1 million a year at minimum. At minimum, they make $1 million a year. And they're, please support us on Patreon. Oh, we're not going to make it. Oh, God, we're in such fucking dire estates. Meanwhile, you guys are out there making $40,000 to $60,000 a year. You're driving a truck. You're working a retail job. You're working at a bank. You're working at a restaurant. I get it. Look, I appreciate every dollar that comes in. I don't ask you to give me anything for this very reason. What I do is a fucking privilege every day. And for these fucking people to come in here and be like, we're going to literally starve if we don't get a house every month. is offensive to me. It's offensive to my basic decency. I do very, very well on YouTube. I do very, very well. And again, I appreciate every single donation. I always say, take care of yourself first. Most important thing in your life. Don't take care of me. I'll be fine. These people are like, we've been demonetized by YouTube. They haven't been demonetized by YouTube. That's a lie. That's literally a lie. You saw monetized videos on their scrolling. They still had monetized videos. They literally lied to you in the fucking video. But that being said, they're still going to make, not on YouTube, they're going to make $350,000 a year. On YouTube, disregarding Patreon, disregarding Twitch, disregarding everything else, they're going to be in the top 1% of income earners in the country just on their ad revenue still. They're trying to convince you that they're going to go broke. But that's their YouTube, by the way, their Patreon, their Patreon content, their Patreon income is going to be in the top 1% of income earners every 3 months. Every 3 months, they're going to earn the annual top 1% of income earners. I want you to feel sorry for them. I 100% believe that they should make as much money as they're worth. I do not begrudge them a single penny. I think they should make all of the money. I do begrudge them the false narrative that their careers and channel are over based on a literal fucking lie. A literal lie. Anime Moon says, for the record, I was just making fun of them because they just bought a house and are pulling this shit. I bought my house before I blew up on YouTube. Before the Vic case, I bought my house. I am doing well. Whether I do well on YouTube or not, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I love doing what I do on YouTube. It allows me the flexibility to do things like go to conventions. It allows me to increase my equipment and all of that stuff. If it all went away tomorrow, I'd still be okay. That's why I say, take care of yourself first. Take care of yourself first. If all the super chats went away tomorrow, I'd be sad, but I wouldn't die. I'd still eat. MxR is acting like they're not going to be able to eat ever again. It's insane. It's insane. We have the best job on the fucking planet. We have the best job on the planet. I get to come on here, hang out with great people, drink, talk, laugh, tell jokes, tell stories, and make money from it. I have the best job on the planet. And these people with the literal best job on the planet, they don't have to do anything at all. All they do is they pull up some poor a big titty chick's TikTok, and then they make $1,000 off the TikTok that she made $0 on. Let's be clear on that. This is what MxR does. They take a big titty chick's TikTok. She got 1 million views on, but no money because TikTok really doesn't pay out. And then they make at minimum $1,000, maybe as much as $10,000 on it. Just by going, wow, she got so soaked by that boat driving by. That's crazy. They make between $1,000 and $10,000 on that video that the person who is wearing the skimpy bikini doesn't make a fucking dime on. And they're complaining that they got demonetized, but they didn't get demonetized. They lied about it. They didn't get demonetized. They actually just had old videos demonetized. They're complaining about that. Fuck off. I'm so fucking tired of this. Like the last time they complained was a lie too. was all a big bullshit thing to pump their Patreon. They make a bunch of money. Again, I don't disrespect the amount of money they make. Apparently people like the content. I don't understand it, but people like it. Go ahead. They're not hurting. Remember that shit? I pay for Jenny's med school. At the time we talked about that, at the time we talked about Ginny's med school, their Patreon was enough to pay for her entire 4 years of med school in 3 months. In 3 months. I pay for Ginny's med school. I don't know. In 3 months, they paid for the entirety of med school for all of it. I get accused of a lot of shit. A lot of shit. The amount of money people make on YouTube is absurd. I'm a very small player. I'm very high on the super chats because of you guys. And I love it. I love it. I'm in the top 60 super chatters in the entire fucking world because of y'all. I don't ask for it. I want you to always pay your own bills before you pay me. If you like the content, great. Throw me a $5. Throw me a 20. It's great. I love it. I love it 100%. It makes my life way better. But that being said, I have one of the best jobs on the planet. I have the best opportunity on the planet. And even though I'm one of the top super chatters in the world, I respect every single dollar because I know it comes out of your pockets. And believe me, when you guys see all the short videos or whatever, this is why I want people to click on the short videos. This is why I want it. I wish I was taking YouTube's money rather than yours. Every single day, that's what I wish, is I was taking YouTube's advertising dollars rather than your personal dollars. And if I could transition tomorrow and swap the super chat money and the ad money, I would do it in a heartbeat. Heartbeat. If I could find a way to stream to you guys for free and make the same money that I make on super chats, I would do it tomorrow. I can't though. For some reason, YouTube doesn't share my content out like it does MxR. I don't get 500,000 views on every video. If I got 500,000 views on every video, every stream would be free. Every stream would be 100% free if I got 500,000 views on every video. I would love it. In all honesty, I can't do it. I can't do it. Not yet. I'm trying. That's why I do the short content. That's why I'm pushing the short content. That's why I'm pushing the shorts. That's why I'm pushing locals. That's why I'm doing all these things. If I can get my overall income anywhere near my current income, it doesn't have to match it. It just has to come close. If I can get my money income up to that, I will gladly make live streams free. Gladly. MxR. MxR. 16,392. Let's see if they gained any. During this chat, let's see if they gained any. Look at that. Well, it seems their advertising fucking worked, didn't it? 392 to 557. They just added a minimum of $150 a month. But more likely, they added $1,000 a month. I don't like dishonest people. I've never liked dishonest people. Again, I'm on MxR side in regards to YouTube demonetizing their stuff. I don't think it should be demonetized. I don't think YouTube should demonetize stuff. I don't think they should 18 plus stuff. I really don't. I think YouTube should be a free speech platform. But at the same time, I don't like when people lie about it. That's my personal opinion on this. Why do they think some random person is out to get them? They don't. Look, they have a 1.7 million view channel. He admitted on stream, they literally have a hiree. They have an employee who watches every video to look for YouTube unfriendly content. I talked about this with Legal Eagle. Legal Eagle was being a basic fucking bitch and saying that Matt Pat, I think is his name, that Matt Pat was stealing his content, that he plagiarized Legal Eagle's content because he had a legal opinion that was similar, although it wasn't the same and didn't come to the same conclusion. He's like, doesn't that sound like a lawyer? And then Matt Pat blew him the fuck out. Matt Pat comments on his video. He's like, the reason it sounds like a lawyer is because I literally consulted my lawyer. So Legal Eagle, the dumb motherfucker, comes into a channel with 11 million subscribers and is like, I think he maybe copied a lawyer. And Matt Pat's like, I literally have a lawyer on staff because I have 11 million subscribers, you dumb fucking retard, to Legal Eagle. Like, that's what he said. He didn't say retard, but that's what he meant. It's the same thing with MxR Plays. You don't have 1 million subscribers and not have staff. They're talking about having staff to literally review every decision they make. They know exactly why their content was demonetized. They knew that their content was at risk for being demonetized. They knew they were on borrowed time. They know all of this. You know how I know they know all of this? Because one fucking look at their thumbnails from me. I have no staff at all at this point. I would love to have the income to have fucking full-time staff to do all this stuff. I have no staff at all. But one look from me, I look at their thumbnails alone, I go, yeah, this is getting demonetized. It shouldn't be demonetized, but I can go, yeah, sorry. When you have an anime girl, spread eagle, and a little dot over her fucking vagina, I know for a fact that's going to get demonetized. What? Are you retarded? Are you literally stupid? How many barbiturates are you on right now, you fucking weirdos, that you don't know that showing a spread eagle anime girl with a little white flash over her vagina is going to get... I know that's going to get demonetized. I know for a fact that's going to get demonetized. James K says, to be fair, Matt Pat is almost as big as a soy golem as Devin. True, but he has a huge, huge channel, and he definitely has a lawyer on staff. If you have 11 million subscribers and don't have a lawyer on staff, you should put a bullet to your fucking brain. You should put a bullet to your fucking brain. That's the thing. By the way, Legal Eagle has a lawyer on staff because he's a fucking basic bitch who can't do his own legal work. Absolutely. Devin has a lawyer on staff. It's all of the successful lawyers at his firm, by the way, who have figured out that the Legal Eagle channel is great for bringing in clients, even if Devin never services a single one of them. That's not news, I hope, for you. Legal Eagle is a basic bitch lawyer with basic bitch takes, and they know. His law firm knows that his legal takes are fucking wrong. They don't care because it brings in whales. He's the biggest lawyer YouTuber, period. And if you type in lawyer in YouTube, you're going to get Devin videos, and then they're going to go ahead and find out where he works, and they're going to call that law firm to represent them in their case. And guess what? Devin will not be on a single case that they do because Devin is a pretty boy with fake law books with a high production value, and that is his only value. And you can tell that from his legal takes, which are absolutely fucking embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. His legal takes doesn't matter. Devin brings in whales. His law firm should exploit that 100%. But he is a basic bitch lawyer with basic bitch takes. Nobody wants to hear him. And if you fucking hire Devin, you get what you fucking deserve. You get what you deserve. And that is a kowtowing to the establishment, a kowtowing to the government, and really no use for a commercial litigant in any sense at all. Fuck him. I'm goddamn tired of grifters, guys. Like I take the grifterism as a joke. I wear it as a badge of pride because I know that it came from people who don't understand the word. That's what I know. So that makes it a funny meme. But real grifters, especially legal grifters, I have zero patience for in my life. I will fucking nuke them from orbit. I will nuke them in person. I will call them out for what they do in person. If I met Devin in person, I'd be like, you're a basic bitch lawyer with basic bitch takes. Fuck you and everything you do. I hope you die in a fucking fire, you communist. Quote me on it. If I ever meet Devin in person, that's what I will say to him. And MxR plays, I'm sorry. Again, I'm basically on their side on the principle that YouTube is fucked, but I'm not on their side as grifters. I'm really not. I don't like people who lie. Again, every YouTuber on earth is talking from a position of privilege. I don't care if you make $5 a month or 5 million. I really don't. The fact that we get to sit in front of a camera, make jokes, and tell stories is the greatest gig on the planet. And these people are treating it like it's not. Oh, it's so much work for me. Fuck you. Oh, YouTube is censoring me. Fuck you. Fuck you. You get to come online, record a 15 minutes. They sit in front of their camera for 15 minutes. Actually, it's probably about 35 minutes because they have an editor. They sit in front of their camera. Imagine if you could do this. Imagine if you could do this. 30 minutes. You sit down for 30 minutes. And then someone else picks the best 15 of that 30 minutes. And you make $2,000. Rather than do what you do. Would you do it? Would you do it? Of course you would. Of course you would. Every day, instead of working 8 hours for $200, and that's a good wage, by the way. That's a really fucking good wage. Instead of working 8 hours for $200, you work 30 minutes and you make $2,000. Would you do it? Never, ever, ever in your life let a YouTuber tell you we don't have the best job on the fucking planet. You ever ask me anything about my income, about what I make on YouTube, I will 100% be honest. 100%. Ask me how much a video made, I'll tell you what it made up to that day. As best I can. I told you with the Maricopa County audit stuff, I tend to make about $200 a video on Maricopa County stuff. That's why I do it. It's great. It's guaranteed money. They don't all make 200. Some make 300. Average $200 a video. MxR Plays makes 10 times that per video. They lie to you. I never will. I never will. How much did your VIX stream make? It's closing in on $5,000. It's not quite there yet. It may get there on subsequent views. The VIX stream, the Kiwis are wrong, by the way. Let me address this. Some autistic Kiwi went through and calculated up the super chat totals. Kiwis are wrong. I made more super chats on my 24-hour stream than on the VIX stream. By a little bit. By a little bit. But I did. The VIX stream is the second biggest stream I've ever done. After YouTube's cut, I might get to $5,000 on that video. I might. I think I will. Close. I'm like at 49.66 or something. If I get to $5,000 on that video, it will out earn the 24-hour stream, because the 24-hour stream itself couldn't be uploaded to YouTube. YouTube wouldn't process the video. I had to cut it up into short videos, and I didn't tally up what those made on ads. But at the end of the day, that's what I made on the VIX stream. But again, I will never lie to you about income. I won't. You guys know I have the most privileged position on the planet. I find myself to be in the most fortunate position I can. I know it could end tomorrow. I really do. You guys could all quit watching. You guys could all quit donating. YouTube could quit. YouTube could shut me off. Anything could happen. I'm going to ride it as long as I fucking can. If I can ride it for 10 years, 20 years, if I can be 60 still doing YouTube videos, I will. Absolutely. How much do you make from YouTube premium viewers? Not a ton. But on the average live stream, if the live stream is 3.5 hours, I'll tell you exactly. If the live stream is 3.5 hours, I make about $50 on YouTube premium viewers. $50 a video. That's why I actually I turned monetization back on for this video, but I deleted all of the ad types. I hope it didn't fuck with anyone. I really don't want it to. But if you turn off monetization, you don't earn money from YouTube premium viewers, which is stupid, because these are long form. On live streams, I don't want to make any ad revenue, but I like the YouTube premium revenue because it's $50 a video. Of course I want that. And so I turned on I turned on monetization, but I turned off all the ads. So, because I was leaving $50 a night on the table. And if I can do that without impacting you guys, I definitely want to. How come your recent videos have a lower turn-up rate? Is YouTube throttling you again? I literally don't know. I think so. YouTube tells me they're not, but look, when you go from 50,000 views a video, 100,000 views a video to 50,000 views a video to 12,000 views a video, pretty sure YouTube has a hand in that. But I don't know. How do I fix that? How do I change YouTube? I don't know. If I could get, like MxR, again, every video they release is 500,000 views. If I could get every video I release to be 30,000 views, I'd make so much fucking money, it'd be embarrassing. It'd be embarrassing. But I can't. YouTube doesn't distribute my content. It's not up to me. But no, I think absolutely YouTube is throttling my content. In December, YouTube had my content unleashed. It was making 100,000 views per video. No matter what subject I talked about, no matter what the thumbnail was, no matter anything at all, I could release a video in December and January and make 100,000 views a video. January 21st, the next day, no more than 20,000 views a video. Period. That's YouTube. Sorry, 80,000 people don't decide to stop watching on the same day. They don't do it. They don't do it at all. And my stream viewership, in one day went from 4,000 views a night to about 1,200. We're actually climbing back up. Today, we had a peak viewership of about 1,650, which is awesome. But in literally one day, I went from 4,000 views a night to 1,200 views a night. Do I think YouTube is throttling me? Absolutely. 100%. I don't get it. I don't fucking understand it. I don't know why. Why YouTube is leaving money on the table, but they do. It's a weird thing. That's why I sympathize with MxR. I really do. I really sympathize with them, and I think it's bullshit. I want them to make $200,000, $300,000, $400,000. I want them to make $1 million a month. I want them to make all of the money that they can make. All of it. Look, Ginny should show her tits on stream, make $1 million, be great. Go for it. Do whatever you want. Make all of the money. I will never, ever begrudge someone for making money. Never. I just wish they wouldn't lie when they get fucked over by YouTube, because getting fucked over by YouTube is bad enough without the lie. We believe you, Nick. Now say your wife is way hotter than MxR's girl. Have you seen Lady Rackets? I would 1,000,000% go with Lady Rackets over Ginny. 10 times out of 10. There is not a reality in which I pick Ginny over Lady Rackets. Nick's biased. Look, I'm biased towards what I like. Biased towards what I like. Lady Rackets, her shape is better than Ginny's. Sorry. Like, Ginny's not an ugly girl by any stretch. She's very pretty. Lady Rackets is a better shape than her. 100%. Okay. Let's get back to these chats. I'm way over time here. We're 4 hours. Guys, we're at 4 hours. Oh, hey, do you want to know how much money I'll make off of this stream? Like I said, I'll be honest with you guys 100% of the time, so you understand how YouTube works. I don't know what you want to know, but if we're talking about behind the scenes YouTube stuff, I'll tell you anytime what you want to know. Yes, I'll make so I'm at $1,000 in super chats, roughly. So then plus $50 in YouTube premium revenue, plus about maybe $12 in ad revenue. Not a lot. Ad revenue is shit on live streams. YouTube's going to take 30% of that $1,000. So YouTube's going to take $300. So I'm going to make $790 on this, basically. $790. Again, I think that a real discredit is the illusion about how much YouTube creators make versus what the reality is. So if you guys ever want to know, just ask. I'll tell you. It's, again, the best job on the fucking planet. Alan Robertson says, love everything you do. Keep doing you. Well, it just went up. It just went up $29 or whatever. So that's great. Locals app doesn't work in Brazil. Could you talk to them about it? I will, Vepper. I have no idea about that, but I will. Yeah, I didn't talk about the taxes. Just so you guys know, in Fed taxes last year, I paid about 21% in Fed taxes, and then an additional 10% in state taxes. So every income that I make, every single dollar gets about a 30% overall tax rate without including sales, just income tax. Because I live in Minnesota, the fucking toilet of the world with the I think the second worst state income tax on the planet. I hate it. I fucking hate it. But yeah. So basically everything I make, you got to take 30% out of for the government. Nathan Danner says he gets like 10K for kids. Nope. I out earned the earned income tax credit for kids. I get $0 for kids anymore. So yeah, I out earned the earned income tax credit. I out earned all of the whatchamacallit, the stimulus. I don't get any stimulus dollars. Nothing. I get nothing anymore. That's not, by the way, I'm not complaining. I used to make $38,000 a year at Thrivent. Trust me. I'll take this over that any day. But I just want to point, I don't get stimulus money. I don't get I pay in a huge amount on federal income taxes. That stuff's that's all real. I should do a show on the income of a YouTuber. Didn't you take a stimmy check just recently? No, I got a PPP loan. That's way different. I got a PPP loan. No stimmy checks for me recently. I think I got the first round of stimulus checks. I don't know how I got those. I really don't. But I got the first round of stimulus checks. But after that, I haven't gotten any of them. So, but yeah, maybe I'll do a video on how much money I make on YouTube or whatever, so people can understand what the reality is. Because I'm not a big I'm not a big channel, right? 165,000. There are tons of channels way bigger than me. I don't think people understand how much money is on YouTube. What I said a long time ago to someone in my business community locally, this was well before I had 100,000 subscribers. I said, if you have 100,000 subscribers and don't make $100,000 a year, I literally don't know what to fucking say to you. I literally don't know what to fucking say to you if you can't make $100,000 a year on 100,000 subscribers. I know there are creators who don't. I don't know what they're doing. Bring PPP on to explain PPP loans to. PPP has never made any money in his life. There's no point in explaining anything to him. He's a literal fucking retard who has no idea what he's talking about on just about anything. I don't know how else to explain it. He doesn't make money. He doesn't work. He doesn't do anything that gives him... He's not married. He's not dating, because who would? He's basically going to die in the next couple years of diabetes. Literally no idea how to be a functional adult, how to be a functional person in general. And that's his thing. That's great. I wish him all the success in the world. I really do. But he's an embarrassment to manhood and humanity. So that's his thing. Okay, back to the chats. I've neglected these for too long. Noble Demon Tim says, welcome to lawyer status. Thank you for joining. Emperor Sauce 17 says, I don't think she's fake crying. From what I can tell the videos, she's really sensitive. Yeah, no, I think her crying is real. I just think it's unjustified. 200 Watt Studio says, stop. Ashan hate YouTube, or Asian hate YouTube, but they're trolling and milking this. He's beta. Her, I definitely smash. Career, get the fuck out. Entitled millennials misspelled. James K says, if he's such a failure, why did PPP beat you? Don't know. Don't know. I guess it's always about the competition you choose, right? I can be really good at one thing and be really bad at a whole bunch of other things. And before we hear about him spurging out in a few days' time about a clip you said, oh yeah. PPP found out that like I guess his views were going down or whatever. So he's been talking about me lately and completely misrepresenting reality. And again, it's a weird thing because I thought I had a good chat with him. In fact, I even have his bitch up DM where he's like, sorry, I talked about you like that. I didn't mean to. And I'm like, it's all good, man. I still have PPP's bitch up DM after the stream I had with him where he went completely off the fucking rails and turned into a gay boy after a very good stream. I have that. But now I guess, I don't know if his views are down. I don't know what his problem is, but he decided to target me. And more importantly, he decided to target my wife, and he's wrong on all of it because he's never been in a relationship in his life. Which is sad to me, but I guess unless you count Godwinson or whatever, which maybe he's sucking that guy's dick. I don't know. But whatever. That's his purview. He wants to say whatever he does. Go ahead. I don't care. I'm not out to stop people from talking. Never have been. Never would be. That's a thing that they do. But I find it frustrating because like I thought we had a good chat. I don't understand what happened. I don't know why. Same thing with Mad Black, right? These are basic bitches. I don't understand why Mad Black got mad at me. I don't understand what happened. I don't know why. Like, I don't know if they're like, I need views or whatever. Because I'm a bad target for views. YouTube suppresses the shit out of me. I'm a terrible target for it. But it was the same thing with Mad Black. It's like, I'm going to shit talk this guy. Like, why though? We had good chats. I was happy to talk to you. I'd be happy to send viewers your way. Whatever it is. Because I think you're funny. I like you. You're good. Same thing with PPP. Thought he was funny. I liked him. I would have, whatever. It doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter. These are irrelevant people saying fictitious things for their own benefit, and that's fine. That's what people do. Stabbing McStabswood says, I hated these guys last time you featured them. Still hate them because they're fake victims. No different than Monica Rial. I'm with you. Again, I don't want them to be censored, but at the same time, I'm not a big fan. Noble Demon Tim says, if the late Helmet Fest were still alive, would he have legal grounds to sue Hikaru Utada for destroying EMI? I have no idea what that even is. No idea what that even is. Mario Carter 13 says, sacrifice liberty for security and you get neither. Yes. Noble Demon Tim says he wanted to give her a global push, but she limited her EMI contract as Japan only and handpicked little bitch by the specials for DDR first mix. I still, after that explanation, don't know what you're fucking talking about. Dermy Wormy says, Psaki is one of the few redheads that don't excite me in a sexual way. Nailed it. Ascended Not So Handsome Jack says there's that one episode of South Park where Cartman is writing into the nanny that her ovaries are shriveled up and worthless. Jen Psaki is that nanny. Yes. Noble Demon Tim says, have you heard of the term gang stalking? I'm on the receiving end of one, all because I received some RFID injections without my consent back in 2011. Gang stalking, I mean, I guess that you're on the receiving end of one is crazy, but I don't know what the fuck RFID injections. That's weird. That's wild. Jeff K, thank you for the donation. Eric D says, stop telling people to have kids. That is a hate crime. At least that is what the judge tells me after I try to make kids. CJ says, shorts are annoying as F. I hate seeing them. Sorry. They're a way to reach out beyond your audience. And since YouTube is literally suppressing me everywhere else I go, trying to upload the shorts to broaden the reach of the channel. That's all I'm trying to do. If it annoys you, please don't watch them. I will never, never begrudge someone for not watching his shorts. PS says, this is the second video I've watched of yours. First being with Barnes. I love it. Keep it up. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Much love. Much appreciation for you coming over from the Barnes Show. Anime Moon says, Nick Rekieta super straight confirmed. True. Digitalis says, no sexes, male/female on IDs anymore. Make them all chromosomes. XXXY, XXY. Problem solved, everyone. Stu Fu. Sage Emerald says, anyone know what the EDM music video is and where the boy stops time with the remote? I have no idea. Dermy Wormy says, did you see the Facebook admin saying the First Amendment isn't absolute? Yeah, Facebook admins are stupid. Long and short of that one. Shakaval says, help your kids, make them build an AK-47 from a kit. Sliding Edge says, Clinton questions what is equals Facebook actions. What is true. Listen, it depends on what your definition of what is. How do we get to the Discord? Through locals? There's a pinned post on locals that tells you exactly how to do it. You join locals. You join the Discord. And then through the link on the locals pin post. And then you send a message to a bot, which will assign you your role based on your locals donation. I hope that helps. Mexican Flash says, for the Hunter prosecutor, Wall. Eclipse Warlord says, you screwed up on editing the Hunter video earlier. You kept pointing up, but no link ever appeared. It's there. I checked it. It's there. I actually moved it a little bit further forward. It shows up at 4 minutes and 34 seconds up in the top right corner. It's there. Go check it again. Also, I get more views, and that's better. Mexican Flash says, also get the ranting monkey for a stream. It'll be amazing. Yeah, I want to have him on a show. I really do. I've just been bad at booking guests lately. Known Importance says, question, by the average of total super chat monies per stream, how many couches would you be able to buy per night? Asking for a friend? 2. 2 couches per night at Mars Girl rates. Shakaval says, it is easy to call for giving up power when you have no power to lose. Bet soy. Mexican Flash says, Ruby Ridge and Waco were justified according to the government. Yes. Yes. Dalacourt says, sources close to / familiar with subject's way of thinking is the worst thing since certified pre-owned. Pancho Villa says, isn't swatting not protected by the First? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. And no, it's not. You can't willfully cause harm to someone else and claim it's protected speech. Rogue says, those fools crushing those PCs are the same type of idiots that go and crush abandoned high-priced sports to exotic cars. Stupid plan. Stupid plan. Nathan Danner says, what Richard Sherman domestic violence adore? Video available on YouTube. Watch Richard Sherman domestic violence adore. Video available on YouTube. Can't link. Not tonight. Sorry, buddy. It's already. I think I'm gonna miss Twitch today. I'm gonna have to do Twitch tomorrow. I'm sorry. It's fucking late and I'm dying. Mr. Snuffle says, Kyle had a library card and On Gang didn't. It was among the library club. Real nerd stuff. Mario Kart 13 says, prosecutors are why people hate lawyers. What a cat. What a pussy. Jay says, you should watch the movie Extraction with Chris Hemsworth next movie night. Dude, that's a great movie. It's got violence, car chases, and punching kids. It's great. Is that on Prime? I love that movie. I enjoyed it a lot. Enjoyed it a lot. Whatever the next Twitch stream is going to be game night. I can't do it tonight. I'm so tired. Sword and Scale. Holy shit. What's up, Mike? Sword and Scale says, be a pal and tell people to join swordandscale.com/plus. Guys, if you love true crime, and literally, who doesn't love hearing about a hooker being strangled and beaten with a hammer? If you love true crime, go to swordandscale.com/plus. Subscribe to their content. Listen to all of it. And by the way, Mike, for that promotion, I'm going to demand you come back on my stream, you motherfucker. We're going to have a good show. The last show Mike and I did, we raised we raised and donated. We donated over $2,500 between the two of us to some COVID relief for endangered communities, people who have COVID or were dying from COVID. Just from that stream alone, we donated $2,500. Between the two of us, we personally donated. We each took the personal hit and donated. We did not do a charity stream on YouTube because those are bogus. YouTube got their cut. We donated from our personal incomes. It was awesome. It was awesome. We raised a lot of money. Next stream, I'm full grifting. I'm not donating shit. And Sword and Scale can't pressure me into it ever again. No, I'm just kidding. We would have a good stream. I'll message him. I think he's a great guest, great guy, very cool podcast. You should check it out. The first true crime podcast. You're out here, you're like, oh, what about my cereal or whatever? And I'm like, Sword and Scale, bitch. Sword and Scale. But yeah, the movie Extraction with Chris Hemsworth, is that on Amazon? God, that was a fucking good movie. I enjoyed the shit out of it. President-elect Autism M says, or Austin M, not Autism, says, nothing says freedom like government spying and intervention. I feel safe knowing Uncle Sam is watching my every move and making sure I get home at night. True. True facts. True facts. Zathrian Rila says, Jen Psaki is the reason the joke genders have no soul exists. Mario Kart 13 says, crime was not knowing his place. The peasant. Fucking peasants. No one important says, this is 100% true. I've met women who are like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I hate Republicans and Trump. I just want to be dominated and humiliated. Redo of Healer got it right. Look, the ladies love it. The ladies love it. I don't know what to tell you. Rodion Glasgow says, Jordan Peterson is right about women. Yeah, I think he is. No one important. By the way, the next chick you pick up, order her dinner. Order her drink. Say, by the way, you want an old fashioned. Just do that. Take some charge of some basic decisions. This is dating advice 101. Order her a salad. First of all, if you're going to take home a chicken banger, don't ever let her order pasta. Order a salad. Order her a steak, but don't get her any carbs at all. She's going to have the steak. She's going to have broccoli and Brussels sprouts. Spicy Brussels sprouts. That'll be delicious. Thank you. Order a woman's food. Order a woman's drink. Do it. She'll love it. Open the door for her. All of those things, all of the chivalry things. Take charge of those small decisions. Women actually like it. It's not a meme. It's a reality. You already told us to stop buying women drinks. I didn't say buy it. I said order it. So no Olive Garden. Definitely don't take your woman to an Olive Garden ever. Unless you're getting her all-you-can-eat salad. Don't ever take her for pasta. If your plan is to have sex with a woman, do not buy her pasta. Do not buy her gumbo. Do not buy her a heavy carb meal. Ever. Like, what are you doing? She's going to be bloated. She's going to be tired. She's going to be uncomfortable. Again, this is Mandom 101. What if you're going to dump her? Then leave. Then leave. Look, if been married a long time. If Lady Raggeds orders like a bunch of carbs and then like a chocolate cake, I know exactly what's not happening that night. You should know too. It's okay, by the way. But seriously, take charge. They like it. It's not disrespectful. By the way, I've been to this restaurant. You don't want the salmon, you want a steak. Or you don't want the steak, you want a salmon. Never order the chicken for a woman. Seriously. Don't ever order chicken. Chicken's an embarrassment at a restaurant. If you're going to feed a woman chicken, feed her chicken that you make her at home. It's the easiest shit in the world. Rodion, oh wait, I read that one. No one important says he's got to be 6 feet. No, You just want someone taller than you. Got to be 6 inches any longer and it's going to go through your throat. Women can't measure. Look, it's not about what they actually want. It's about what they think they want. Bad Dragonite says, any chance of getting Carl Jobst back on again? I hope so. I love that guy. That guy's great. Everyone should check out Carl Jobst. He's a fantastic journalist on the journalism issue of speedrunners. He's been covering Billy Mitchell's latest case, which is good. I should probably have him on to talk about that if nothing else. But also just because I like him. He's a good dude. He seems honest. Nick's not familiar with the amount of Western women who don't eat red meat. Like, if they don't eat red meat, don't let them eat meat at a restaurant. Don't order chicken at a restaurant. Chicken is the easiest food on the fucking planet to cook. Why would you order it at a restaurant? Don't do it. You get a sit-down restaurant. If you order a chicken breast, the CCP should come up and shoot you in the fucking head. You're going to pay $17 for a $3 chicken breast that you can cook on your own. Never. Literally never. Literally never. Bad Dragonite says, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne, milk for the cornflakes. Oh, wait, I read that one. Poorly Redacted says, chat, if you're having problems finding the right woman, use the best pickup line. Hey, I've got a knife and a PNS, a penis. One of them is going inside you. I'll let you choose. That's good. Jay Hayes on a love stream. Jay Hayes is he's the pot smoker guy, right? Alan Robertson. I talked to him a long time ago. I need to talk to Jay Hayes about Delta 8 variant of THC. Very, very interesting legal grounds there. That would be a good excuse for a discussion. I think Jay Hayes, he's a pot streamer, right? No, vape reviewer. Okay. But I think he also talks about pot, doesn't he? Poorly Redacted. Oh, wait. Nope. Read that one. Ryan79 says, oh, shit. There's a lot of these left. Holy fuck. We're going long. Why is divorce expensive? Because it's worth it. Damn. Damn. Actually, most divorces probably shouldn't be litigated. Most of them should be mediated out. Question is the woman reasonable enough to mediate it? Look, I love every man out there, but most men don't make enough money to merit an actual trial for divorce. 99.3% of men do not make enough money to afford or merit a trial for divorce. And the reason women go through with the trials for divorce is because they have bad lawyers. Bad lawyers who see dollar signs. But if you're not making over $500,000 a year, most of the times you literally can't even afford the divorce. But unfortunately, you've got some fucking simp divorce attorneys who do that shit. Blasphemous Atheist says, my friend benefited from DACA. She got upset when I said it encouraged illegal immigration. I didn't even know she came here illegally. Yeah. Saint Umu says, oh yeah, pulverize me on vasectomy talking points harder, Nikki. Look, if you think a vasectomy is the right thing, I'm not stopping you. Eldon Bailing says, bring back Lady Rackets for a stream though. I will. Unfortunately, I love having Lady Rackets on a stream. I really do. She's my favorite person in the world. I choose to spend my entire life with her. There are unfortunately some very lame individuals out there who don't have any sense of courtesy towards her, who's never hurt any of them, never said anything bad about any of them, but they like to trash her. And so, it's unfortunate, but it's the reality. There's some people out there who disrespect Lady Rackets, and she's not a fan of coming into an environment where she's going to be just disrespected for no fucking reason. So, yeah, I don't know what to say about that. Because I think she's great. I think the streams I do with her are great. But I'm also not going to subject her to negativity for no fucking reason. Bad Dragonite says, I bet Legal Eagle would give back everyone's foreskins. Ellen Bailing says, and pin your links in chat if no one else does it. Did I thought I pinned the links today. I guess I forgot. I meant to. But yeah, I don't see a pinned link. I thought I did. Crackpot says, Nick, per Reed versus Covert, no agreement with a foreign nation can supersede Congress or the Constitution. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Yeah, it can't supersede the Constitution, which just means that the executive agreements, we're talking about executive agreements here, but if you want to look into this, just Google executive agreements, jurisprudence. There's a ton of case law on this. A treaty can't supersede Congress or the Constitution either. But executive agreements have the force of law so long as they, quote unquote, comport with the Constitution. But what that is, as you learn practically, comporting with the Constitution is really easy to do, even if it directly violates the Constitution. It's really frustrating. But you know this, right? Assault weapon bans comport with the Constitution, even though they directly violate the Second Amendment. Free speech restrictions on Twitter, Facebook, Google, etc. comport with the Constitution, even though they directly contravene the First Amendment. Everything contravenes, or everything comports with the Constitution until the court says otherwise. So even though it says that, and you're right, according to Reed versus Covert, it still allows the executive branch to make executive agreements with the full force and faith of a treaty, but without the input of the Senate on it. And again, if you want to look into that, if you want to research the jurisprudence behind it, look up executive agreements. It'll blow your mind. It'll rock your world. It'll ruin everything you think about the fucking government, because they don't need a treaty to do it. It's just literally the executive power of one state versus agreeing with the executive power of another state to restrict their own people. And it's all good. It's all good. Kuranai 6942 says, take my money, you provide value twice. I will. Thank you. CH says, I'll gladly throw you some cash here and there, you drunkard. Thank you. Look, I only want people to send money if they think it's worth it. If you don't like it, please don't. Don Face says, this is what the fugly bartender didn't get. Poorly Redacted says, wait, we have to pay you in order for you to stream for us? No, you don't. It's never been a requirement. I love it. It helps. It's very encouraging, but no. Emperor Saw 17 says, watching you stream is very therapeutic. I look forward to watching you live when I'm off work. Yeah, awesome. GB, thanks for the donation. CH says, can we get a we live in a society? We do live in a society. We do. The John Beck says, is quartering a grifter? He lied about shutting up about subs for a month when hitting 1 million, and when called out, he said, oh well, so I unsubbed. Is quartering a grifter? I don't know. What I'll say about quartering is I've only ever had good interactions with the guy. He's invited me on his show. I'm happy to invite him on my show. And what he does on his channel is talks about a bunch of shit that people want to hear about. He does very, very well. Is he a grifter? I don't know. Did he take your money? If he didn't take your money, I'm not sure about that. But if people think he's a grifter, they're welcome to. I'm not here to change their minds on that either. I'm really just not. But he's always been good to me, so I'm not going to badmouth the guy. GB says, hey, Nick, earlier you asked if someone can confirm if you clip on CRT was on OAN. I have a link on your locals page under today's video. Cool. Thank you. Thank you. That's amazing. Baron Stone says, take my money, grifter. I dare you. I will every time. Alturia says, as someone who makes 9 to 12 grand a year working night shift, hearing this from them pisses me off. And they're the ones struggling and crying. Why did you... Alturia, I really do appreciate the super chat, but I really wish you wouldn't have sent me that. Save your money. Save your money, please. Enjoy the content for free. That's what it's for. That's why I do it. Not applicable says, yeah, I'm not attracted to Asians either. Angry Bellsprout says, racket/quartering tub stream win. Look, if quartering wants to come to my house, he can tub stream with me. I have long toyed with driving out to quartering's house. It's about 8-9 hours from my house. I think it'd be fun to show up in his basement and we can piss in his drain together. That'd be great. Bryce Johnson says, oh, frig, my wallet can't resist your chud grift. It wants your thick, meaty freedom words right in its loose side pockets. Speaking of wallets and chub grifting, sometime in the next week, I'll be doing another Ridge Wallet ad. I have 2 to go. I'll be doing another Ridge Wallet ad, and Ridge Wallet just added 2 new products that are or 1 new product, but in 3 new versions. So I averaged it out to 2, sorry. 1 new product and 3 new versions. Super fucking cool. It's a topographical map laser etched onto the wallet of specific U.S. Locations. They didn't tell me about it. I didn't get a special thing. I just got the normal Ridge email that people who have subscribed to Ridge's updates always get. And I think they're really cool. So, but yeah, I have contractually obligated to give 2 more Ridge Wallet ads. By the way, I was contacted by Ridge the other day and they asked me how things were going. And they said that the preliminary numbers from my specific page look really good. So that's you guys. That's you guys. And again, I thoroughly appreciate it because every, if they want to sponsor the channel again, I'm fully happy to do it. I like their products and I like that they don't tell me what to do or say. So, so you guys buying it really means a lot to me. I don't make money off of individual sales. I don't have like a per sale commission or anything like that. Literally, if the campaign does good, they'll consider sponsoring me in the future. But my current contract is 5 videos. I've done 3. And I like them. I really do. Eldon Bainling says, if you only had thought to yourself, what would Drexel do? Instead, you did the non-Drexel thing and brought PPP on stream twice. Any regrets? No. No, I have no regrets. I thought both streams with PPP were great. 100%. That's the thing I don't understand. Is when you have a great stream, a great show with someone, and then they decide to do something weird, and they decide to lie about you. But hey, that's how the internet is. But no, I certainly don't have any regrets. I would fully support anybody watching my show with PPP, both of them, the Dick Masterson one and the subsequent PPP interview. And I would support people watching PPP's channel as well if they like that. I don't care. What he says about me isn't correct. What he says about my wife is flat out wrong. But that aside, I don't know about his other content, but if you like it, go like it. Not here to stop anybody. Fenrir Lycro says, you and Lady Rackets are cool AF. Enjoyed hanging out with y'all at MxR. Hey, man, you and your mom are cool too. I very much had we had great conversations, great times with you guys. And I wish you all the best. Wish you all the best. Thank you for hanging out with us. Joshua Vidrine says, sad seeing what's come of Jeannie and Henry. They were fun long ago. Now he's figured out using her tears generates a boost in cash. Relationship seems strained. Her dropping med school was a bad idea. I agree. Just finish med school. Even if you don't want to be a doctor, go finish med school. Why would you not? YouTube could be gone tomorrow. You have an opportunity to pay for it out of fucking pocket. Why would you not do that? I thought the relationship ended. I thought now that they were just basically roommates and not in a relationship anymore. But I don't know. I literally don't know. Vepper says, loved barn stream. News from Rio. They're using hot air balloons to send people away. That's great. That is fantastic. They're get in the hot air balloon and go away, you bigot. I don't know why they're sending people away, but that's beautiful. Calculates says, Oblivion NPC guy scares white women and is alive. WTF. Mr. Where the fuck is? Mr. Bentham says, sure, they can afford a house per month, but their dream has always been to afford 2 houses per month. How dare you, you bigot. Lol, have a good night. And again, I want them to be able to afford 2 houses per month. I really do. I just don't want people to lie about it. I hate lying. I hate it with a passion. No reason to lie in 2022. No one has a reason to lie in 2022. You don't. That's why I try to be an open book. Try to be a man of integrity and honesty for anybody who asks about anything. Samu Rai says, thank you for keeping me company. Wife wants a divorce. I don't, and it's very hard now. Hearing you at night keeps my mind from racing away. Brother, you're in one of the toughest positions in the world. I will pray genuinely and legitimately that she comes around and hopes to work things out. I really do. If you can find a good marriage counselor, get one immediately. They're worth their weight in platinum. And again, I'll pray for you. If it ends up going the divorce way, I'll pray for you and for good results there. But I really always, this is why I'm a bad family law lawyer, guys. I would tell people before they hire me, I'm like, get counseling, you fucking simp. Go out there and get counseling. What are you doing? Why are you coming to a lawyer to deal with your marital problems? Get counseling first. You made a commitment, live by it. Sounds like Samurai, you are trying to live by it and she is not, but that can be changed. And I really do hope for the best for you. Angry Bellsprout says there should be latent gay action at IkiCon. I don't know what IkiCon even is. Amateur Ant says females always need a grade A tube steak. Sword and Scale again says stop giving incels advice on how to procreate. Darwin is your friend. Order the fucking chicken. Don't order the chicken. Don't do it. Do not disrespect your woman. I'll have a Caesar salad with the chicken. Look, if you're going to order a Caesar salad for your woman, get the shrimp. Get the shrimp. Don't get the chicken. Stop it. Sword and Scale, I'm here to save men. Incel or not. Cal Clay says disrespect Lady R deserves to be doxxed. Agree, chat. I don't endorse doxing. I wish people would be honest. That's all. That's all. That's all. Alan Robertson says Jay Hayes does not like weed. He loves to talk about politics. Check him out on Twitch. He will make you and chat a lot. I don't need someone to make me a lot. I just want to be engaged in conversation. I'll talk to Jay Hayes. I'll send him a message. Bad Dragon says, what you think of Adeptus Ridiculous? Great show, in my opinion. Never heard of him. I'll check him out. The Pronado says, Nick has sent goons to my home. True. They're intimidating me into super chatting. Please send help. Pronado, will you tell my goons they're fired for you only sending $5? Like, if you can't send more than $5, why do you even fucking live, you peasant? Alan Robertson says, I think my girlfriend went to law school with you. Her name is Rondi. Rondi? I don't remember a Rondi, but she went to law school at William Mitchell in Minnesota. If she did, have her email me. I'll talk to her. It'd be great. I don't necessarily remember her, but look, I hung out with a very small group of people because I'm an asshole. Calculate says PPP always mad because he cannot find chastity key. Eric D says, I already bought 3 Ridge wallets despite Pokimane for It's a Gundam. I do not miss my old wallet one bit. Me either. They're really great. They're really great. They change. It's a dumb product that changes your fucking approach to life. It's stupid that it does, but it does. Ralph Mack says, if you hate lying, you hate COVID jabs, Fauci lockdowns, and masks. Shockingly, I hate all of those things. Mario Kart at 13, I'm going back to the Justice chats. There's some that came in a while back. I've got them. Poorly Redacted says, true, futas have no balls. Wrong. All futas have balls. Disgusting. Elden Bailing says, what Poorly Redacted said? What the fuck did he? Oh, true futas have no balls. Wrong. Listen. Oh shit, I was supposed to do Trump poetry tonight. Fuck. We'll have to do that next live stream. We'll do some Trump poetry. I'll have to do some Trump poetry. It's great. The Trump poetry is beautiful. Okay. Where are we? Phoenix Lord Asterman says, check out today's Mad at the Internet video if you want gun news. Josh also has an offer for you in it, Nick. Oh, does he? Mad at the Internet. I'll check it out. Is he talking about, so he's talking about Ralph? Those guys go back and forth a lot. Crusader says, hey, Nick, as the sole wage earner in your household, which is what I want to be, what's a good way to handle money between you and the wife? I'm thrifty as hell, but I understand women aren't and like to buy things like, I don't know, shoes for fun or whatever. Here's what I did. And I tell people the same. I recommend, this is not how it works for every relationship. I always recommend joint finances with your spouse, because I believe that trust is an important part of marriage. If you don't trust your wife enough to have a joint bank account, then you shouldn't be married. And it's fine. If you want to have a relationship with someone, don't be married. Have separate bank accounts. That's great. Give her an allowance, whatever you want to do. However you want to handle that, that's on you. For me, I think accountability of both partners is important. That's why I think joint bank account. It's not actually the best legal advice. It's really not. But legal advice is not the best marriage advice. So anyway, joint bank account with your spouse. But also you have discussions about spending. And then when she exceeds the spending, if she's not the sole income earner, you say, hey, we can't afford this. We literally cannot afford this. You have to rein this in. If she can't rein in her spending, that's a discussion. She's like, but I can't though. And then it's like, I'm sorry, you need fucking therapy. Your ability to spend is going to be different based on your stage in life. It is, of course it is. Lady Rackets and I went from being broke together, 100%. Broke, behind on bills, poor, living at the mercy of other people, all of that stuff. We did that. We did the early years of marriage. And now we can pretty much, within reason, buy what we want for consumer goods. We're not out buying Lambos. Believe me, if I could afford a Lambo, I would have already had several videos of me just jerking off in a Lambo. It's my literal fucking dream is to own a Lamborghini. I don't care that there are better cars. I don't care. It's from a kid. From childhood, I have wanted to own a Lamborghini. And if I ever get a chance, chat, there'll be so many Lamborghini videos. So many of them. And believe me, I hope to get there. I hope 100% to get to Lamborghini. But that being said, we can buy pretty much any consumer goods we want. If she needs to buy some clothes, I'm not going to, it's not a big deal. But with all of that said, it blows my mind because she comes up and she asks me, she's like, I want to buy these things. And I'm like, okay, well, how much are they? And she's like, $85. Like, yeah, that's cool. Of course, that's fine. And she knows about YouTube. She knows about all this stuff. She has a basic idea of all this stuff, but we respect each other enough that it's like, I need to buy this thing. It's like, when she comes up to me and says that, I'm thinking she's like $3,000. But no, it's any amount literally over whatever whatever money you might have in your pocket is. She's like, oh God, I went to Walmart. I spent $100. I'm like, yeah, that's Walmart. You go to Walmart, you buy groceries. You can't walk out of there under $100. That's just reality. So to me, I think it's really, really important to have that good communication, to build that relationship of financial knowledge and financial trust, and to set that bar. Really importantly, people should talk about what they spend. One of the number one causes of divorce is a lack of communication and honesty on finances. So There you go. Indiegogo, a Lambo. Oh, God. Please don't tempt me. Have you seen the Lamborghini Huracan? Have you seen how fucking cool they are? They're so fucking cool. They're so cool. Oh my God. What I would do for a Lamborghini. I'm not even kidding. Sounding like Dave Ramsey? Never. Never. I don't like Dave Ramsey. Dave Ramsey gives some good advice for some people, but Dave Ramsey berates people over money who aren't in the same position. He's like, I'll never forget this. Someone called into Dave Ramsey and they're like, hey, I found a way with these credit cards with sign-up bonuses and then $0 transfer fees. I can get a credit card. I can keep a very minimal balance, like $100. Every credit card I sign up for, I get a $200 bonus, and then I get a 0% APR transfer fee, and I can move that balance from card to card and just get money every time I open a new card. And Dave Ramsey, he's like, $200? You're fretting over $200? That's disgusting. How dare you, you peasant? And I was like, Dave, for a lot of people, $200 a month or every 2 months, that's a lot of money. And Dave Ramsey sitting here with a $10 million a year cash income, talking about how other people need to avoid credit and avoid all these things. I'm like, that's really easy when you have a bunch of fucking money coming in every month, but most people don't. Most people work a real job. Most people don't sit on a radio and make $10 million a year. I'm not a big fan of Dave Ramsey because of that. Not because he makes money, not because he gives advice. By the way, since we talked about it, MxR has gained 52 new patrons. That's another $250 a month that MxR has gotten just today. Just in the last hour and a half. I'm not a hater of Dave Ramsey because he makes money, and I'm not a hater of Dave Ramsey based on the basic general advice that he gives. Pay off your highest balance stuff first, manage your debt, all of that stuff. Manage your debt before you buy luxuries. I agree with that in general, but credit is a tool when used appropriately, and lots of people can do it, and most people don't have a 7-figure annual income. All right, next. God, I'm fucking talking a lot tonight, guys. It's like it's Friday and I like being here. I hope you guys like me being here. Legal Retarded Eagle says, Nick, you talking shit to me constitutes an assault. Therefore, I'm legally allowed to break your arm and steal your motorcycle, I guess. Don't ask how. What a fucking baby Legal Eagle is. Timothy Reaper says, if you have 11 million subscribers and don't have a lawyer on staff, you should put a bullet in your brain. Is that legal advice? Yes. Literally, yes. I'll stick with that 100%. Reeves one says, hey, Nick, do you listen to Disturbed? Have you heard their cover of Sound of Silence live? Yes. Yeah, I listened to Disturbed back when they came out. I've always liked them ever since ooh wah, or whatever. Down with the Sickness, right? I used to listen to a lot of nu metal back in my high school and college days, and I still like it. Still like it. You know what song I really am jiving with right now? Black Veil Bride's In the End. It's anthemic. It's 80s metal feel to it. It's good stuff. I like it. It's a good song. It's a good fucking song. Nathan Danner, you don't think Disturbed's cover of Sound of Silence is good? You think the singer has no vocal skill? I'll mildly disagree with you, fam. In the end, Black Veil Brides is great. I got it. I listened to Linkin Park, the acoustic or the acapella cuts a lot. I really like those. Even though it's just cheesy, shitty editing that they did with multi-track recording, but I still like the acapella cuts of Linkin Park songs. And one of them, it was giving me a lot of Five Finger Death Punch, and then it gave me Black Veil Brides, and I was like, who the fuck is this? I like this shit. I don't know about the rest of Black Veil Brides music, but In the End is really good. Okay. Hold the fuck. Where are we? That one guy says, wait. Back to Reese 1. He says, also, I would be happy to open up OnlyFans account getting plowed by you. Probably get better views than my Twitch. FYI came late and F me when. So to quote Barney, I love you. Very nice, Reese 1. Sorry. I only plow the local fields of lady rackets. And that's what I'm into. I have no interest in other women. I have no interest in other anything. I'm very happy with that. That one guy says, I sympathize with the idea that they need more to move views around and turn things up when they sell ads. But then again, I don't, because if demand falls, they can just run fewer ads. We pay for YouTube through Google government contracts. It doesn't make a profit. Yeah, except I don't think that YouTube demonetizing MxR's videos, let's be honest for just a minute. Nothing compares to you. Chris Cornell is probably best. Look, Chris Cornell's a fucking genius. There's no way around that. Let's be honest though about YouTube and MxR Plays. MxR Plays is complaining about their content getting demonetized. They're complaining about it, right? YouTube waiting as long as it waited to demonetize their content is a wink and a nod to MxR Plays. That's the reality. Look, focusing on a woman's vagina or her tits without a bra in a yoga shirt, that content is not within the advertiser-friendly guidelines. It's not. It is inherently sexual. Their thumbnails, their titles, everything says that their content is overtly sexual. Now, again, if I'm YouTube, I don't make that policy. However, that is the policy. That is it. Okay? But them waiting 2 weeks to demonetize their content is saying, we have to do this. We have to do this, but you're good. You're good, fam. And they've turned that into our lives and careers are over, which is bullshit. That's what I don't like. That's what I don't like. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not going to defend them. I think YouTube is shit for demonetizing their content, but at the same time, they did wait for all of the views to come in before demonetizing the content. This video is going to be monetized. Their next video, and their next video, and their next video, and their next video, and their next video. They're all going to be monetized. They're each one's going to make them $2,000. Okay, next. Reese1 says, Nick, please tell Drex to play video games in kiddie pool with baby oil. He will break the thought community on Twitch, make more than women, and can't complain because men can't be objectified or harassed sexually according to them. Both gender simps for Drexel. Raffle TIC. No, I won't tell him that because that sounds gay. Waka Waka says, any of you new hands who don't know who PPP is Or for any of you old hats who don't remember, don't blame you. If you want to simulate the PPP experience, just drink bleach. It's the same effect, but faster. William Pitt the Younger says, necessity is the plea for every infringement of human freedom. It is the argument for tyrants. It is the creed of slaves. That's true. You nailed it, buddy. And fuck the IRS says in Trump voice, the Malaysian government so incompetent. As much as the U.S. trashes trash, the U.S. is trash, especially the IRS. At least they auction. Wonderful auctions. The IRS really good at auctions. They should get that auctioneer. He should be in private practice. They seized property. Also, Gladys Bergelkin is a bloody tyrant, and fuck off, you Gestapo and Stasi. That's from Trump. I don't know what that even means, but I'm with it. Crusader Saracen says, speaking of credit cards and money, Nick, thank you for the advice of keeping a minimum I charge on a credit card to get my credit score up. I went from less than 570 something, just under 800 in less than a year. It's the reality. Credit card companies want to see people who can maintain a balance, not people who pay it off every month. You're welcome. Timothy Reaper says, my mom liked Disturbed. She thought the monkey noises were funny. Okay, here we go. Back to this. Tina says, Nick, how do you not know why YouTube is suppressing you? You're simply not following the narrative. They care more about pushing the narrative than money. No, I know why they are. I just wish they weren't. Alan Robertson says her name is Rondi Persad. She's kind of a short Hawaiian lady and she's big ol' tiggle bitties. Again, have her email me. I don't specifically remember her from law school, but I went to law school with a lot of people I don't remember. I remember like 4 people from law school, literally. Cal Clay says, so you found the book. You're welcome. I'm glad you enjoy it. Dude, I do. I'll read some on Monday. Poorly Redacted says, it's been a while. It's been a while since I first saw you. Did the Fudas from Bible Black have balls? I have no idea. Elder Bainling says, yeah, what Poorly Redacted said again. Wrecked. Random username says, Dave Ramsey lawsuit is interesting. Fires for premarital sex. Fired for premarital sex. Girl got let go for getting pregnant. I like the guy on net, though. People can like him all they want. I'm not a huge fan, but I'm not out here to cancel him either. The John Beck says, chat for money. Look at the Money Guy show. Much better. And not blowhards like Dave Ramsey. There's Shion as well. For 80s inspired music, Fire Tiger. Sword and Scale says, how are you still alive streaming this long? I don't know. I guess I just love the chat. I look less like a ghoul than when I started to. I've been noticing my ghoulish thing. I think it's because the lighting is downlit, so it accentuates the beautiful double D bags under my eyes. But yeah, that's the way of the world. What am I gonna do? Put on makeup like a fucking beta baby? Not gonna happen. All right, guys. Thank you for hanging out with me tonight. Thank you for sending all the chats. It's been really cool. Really cool as always. And we will see you Monday for sure. I'm going to try and do something over the weekend. I'll probably stream with Flash tomorrow. But you know, my July has been light because of Anime Matsuri. So I may do some supplementary fun streams over the weekend. Hopefully working on getting the Twitch daytime stream thing set up soon. The local stream today went fucking great. And I'm going to be doing more local streaming no matter what else happens because the system is good and because I love my locals community. Look, if you are a YouTube member or a Patreon subscriber, either one, please consider switching to locals. I'm going to be doing exclusive content over there. I can't make it available to everybody. It just doesn't fucking work to do it. Locals is a place where I'd love everyone to be. They will never cancel you based on your speech. They will never cancel you for the dank memes. It's literally just all they ask. Don't post porn and don't post criminal death threats. That's it. Everything else, if you want to talk about the Jews, the Muslims, or the Germans, you can talk about all of them. It doesn't matter. There's no meme limits or whatever. So come over to locals, join the conversation there. That's all I'm going to shill. I'm not going to cry about it. If you don't, I'm not going to, my views. No, I don't fucking care. Come over to locals because you want to, not because I fucking blackmail you with beta tiers. Poorly Redacted says last minute super chat. Thank you, everyone. Hope you have a good night. I'll talk to you very, very soon. Have a good night, guys. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of love rug. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have